Hello, my friends. Welcome back to Garhdo Goes Geek. On today's episode, now that it is officially over, I'm going to take a look at the DC Extended Universe. Was it really worth it? Where did it go wrong? Why did it fail? Many other questions that I hope you'll join me for as I attempt to answer and look at the DCEU in Memoriam. This episode, like many others, was one that was originally planned for 2023 and was specifically planned to align with a major franchise anniversary and or something else that would serve as a talking point for the contents of this episode. However, like many other episodes, it was being released or recorded during the Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA strikes against the American Motion Picture Association. As a result, this episode and many others have been held back because the clarification regarding content creation from SAG-AFTRA and the WGA specified that review content was allowed, including critical appraisal and or analysis of shows and films, however not discussion, interview, comedic conversation, watch-along, rewatch or reaction content. As I felt that this stipulation was something that would prevent me from discussing some of the topics that I wish to in the way that I wish to, even if the works I was discussing were not related to films that were in active development or were previous films. I did not want to breach the strikes, as I fully support the WGA and SAG-AFTRA in their strikes, as well as anyone else who decides to strike. If there is a strike, I am always on the side of the union striking, never on the side of the big corporate entities behind it. As a result, this episode has been held back. It is being released for you now that the strikes are over. I hope you will enjoy this content. I've worked very hard on it despite everything else. Please enjoy. So, the DC Extended Universe, a name that seems to have described all of the recent shared universe of DC films. However, it's not a name that Warner Brothers or DC ever really embraced. They always used to prefer to call it the worlds of DC, which is what allowed them to do the Elseworld stories, things like the Batman and Joker. But yes, the DC Extended Universe. Now, DC, I've always said, I think has some of the best characters in the comic book medium. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of DC comics, however. I love the characters. I think Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, Hawkgirl, or Hawkgirl and Hawkman, to be honest. The Atom, Blue Beetle, and so many others are absolutely iconic, as are all their casts of characters, their supporting characters, their villains, their sidekicks, assistants. But I can name far more DC comics I have not necessarily regretted reading, but not appreciated as much as I thought I was going to, than I can DC comics I truly love. They're just, I've spoken before about how this whole idea of sort of hope and cynicism and how the two of them seem to have been really at odds with DC for a lot of the time. And so many of their characters go back to the golden age, in one iteration or another. For example, like with Flash and Green Lantern, it's not the exact same versions that were around in the golden age, but it's, legacy characters that are now technically, Hal Jordan and Barry Allen are the legacy characters taking on the names of the Golden Age heroes. But, the Golden Age heroes are linked to them now. Jay Garrick's Flash and Alan Scott's Green Lantern from the 40s are
the predecessors of these heroes. So I am definitely a fan of the universe and what these characters are, and I think they are great, but I have read so many bad comics featuring them. And these characters are fun. That's the point I was going to make. They're fun. They go back to the golden age. The golden age of comics is daft. Like, it's really, really dumb at times. It's full of silly ideas. So's the Silver Age, to be fair, as well. And there's so much that's just ridiculous. And, like you know, a lot of those iconic memeable covers are golden age or early silver age comics. Things like Robin is going to die, so I must wear a different brightly colored Batman outfit every day while hunting these criminals. Or Superman spanking Jimmy Olsen and sending him to bed like he's the parent of like an unruly child. It's so bizarre and weird. And yet so much of these comics has just become super serious and grim and gritty. And a large part of that is because of the dark age of comics, which I've spoken about before as well. Things like Watchmen, Dark Knight Returns, which both came from DC. And then obviously the rise of Vertigo and things like Sandman and, Preacher doing kind of different, darker stories. So, of course, DC sort of only ever learnt to do dark heroes. And I think it's really obvious with how much that they have struggled when it's come to adapting these characters into films and television. We had the Superman films in the late 70s, early 80s. We had the 1960s Batman show, which is, again, very dumb, very silly, and fun. It's camp as Christmas, but then of course DC had to counter that and go, well, Batman's not camp and silly, Batman's dark and serious and sensible. And you see the dichotomy at play and the juxtaposition of the two differing visions. It's like, because back in the 60s, comic books cost like 10 cents. So do you really think there weren't kids who were watching the Batman cartoon every weekend on the, same Bat time, same Bat channel, and weren't picking up comics for 10 cents with their pocket money? Of course there were. And then, of course, they start reading this character who's a lot more serious. Superman as well. Wonder Woman in the 70s obviously got the TV show. But beyond the big trinity, so many of the others have struggled. Even when it came to films, Superman's films kind of ended in the early 80s. There was a bit of a slump. Obviously, it was because of the poor reception of Superman 3 and Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. The Batman films then started in the late 80s and through the 90s, but obviously Batman and Robin had this horrible reception. But again, Batman and Robin was trying to bring the camp elements back, the elements of the 60s Batman. And, everyone tries to say that Batman and Robin failed as well, but not Batman and Robin, Batman Forever failed as well, but I covered that before when I spoke about who the best Batman is. Batman and Forever was a huge success. Like, it broke box office records. It was enormous, a huge success. So don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise, I'm a big apologist for Batman Forever. I really like that film. So yeah, Batman Forever and Batman and Robin even more so tried to bring back sort of the camp and silliness elements, and like go back and watch the original Superman movies. There's some dark stuff in there, but there is also some very, very silly stuff. We get Superman literally saving cats from trees. And, is that a bad thing? And then the 90s, we got the animated universe, which I want to talk about at some point, off the Batman animated series, and then Superman, Static Shock, Batman Beyond, which was amazing, Justice League Unlimited. And, that I think kind of balanced some of the silly and serious elements quite well, especially Batman. But in films, they've not had as much success. After Batman and Robin kind of bombed at the box office, there were numerous attempts to get a new DC film made. I mean, for starters, there was the attempt at the Justice League television series. The 90s also saw the Lois and Clark New Adventures of Superman series, which almost seemed afraid to depict Superman at some points. It was focused a lot more on the relationship, the sort of sitcom, soap opera style elements between Lois and Clark, as evidenced by the fact that Superman was in the subtitle, not the title. And I think as well that was only added in the later seasons. I think when it started, it was just called Lois and Clark. However, it's not the first. It's not the most egregious example of a show that didn't really want to focus on the main character of Superman. That is Smallville, which came in the early 2000s. Yeah, less said about that, the better. That's not fair. Smallville was a decent show. It's kind of tainted because of the fact that one of the main characters is one of the ringleaders behind the Nexium cult, which is horrible if you read about some of the things that their victims were subjected to. So, but that's not something I want to focus on. And then, of course, they had success with the Arrowverse, which I've already previously spoken about. But for most of the late 90s and 2000s, there were very few big successes. Now, a lot of people turn around and say, well, no, they had the Dark Knight trilogy, which made, several $1 billion. You're right. Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises were both massive successes, and obviously the Dark Knight was the first time that Christopher Nolan, who has gone on to become this auteur filmmaker, really got exposed to IMAX and the whole idea of trying to shoot everything practically, which has obviously led to him to have great success as a filmmaker with things like, what's it called? Not Interstellar was one. The Inception, that was it, the dream one, and then obviously the new Oppenheimer as well. But that was really it, if you think about it. And again, I've spoken about the Dark Knight trilogy before. I have issues with those films. I think watching them back, some like Dark Knight Rises are a lot better than I remember, but it definitely still has problems. But then there's also the fact that the Superman movie at this point was Brandon Routh's Superman Returns, which I don't think is a terrible movie, and I don't think Brandon Routh is a bad Superman at all. But it's compared to even some of the other films that were coming out in the superhero genre, it was one of the worst ones. And it kind of also is trying to tie into the old Superman show, the old Superman movies, but only really focusing on Superman 1 and 2. And, I kind of get why they wanted to leave 3 and 4 in the dust. And, Brandon Routh, I think, does a very good job playing Christopher Reeve's Superman. But I'm going to discuss Superman a bit more later in the year because it's going to be the anniversary of that film series. So that's going to be one I discuss a bit later. But yeah, Superman Returns, when contrasted against, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, the early X-Men films, even the Tim Story Fantastic Four movies, it was just not... It didn't capture audiences' imaginations in quite the same way, especially when compared to other things. Like, I think it came out 2006, so it was the year after Batman Begins, and a couple of years before The Dark Knight. And, it was the first downturn of the comic book movie. But, we'd had several successful films at that point that showed that these movies could be done really well. And Superman's enemy in that is a giant rock. And this is after they already tried both the Nicolas Cage Superman movie, which was Superman Lives, which Kevin Smith was involved in the late 90s, and he gets a whole show out of the story with that, and there's screen tests of it. It could have been really interesting. Nicolas Cage in the late 90s playing Superman, a character that he's clearly a huge fan of and would love to play. So yeah, let him do it as far as I'm concerned. Even now, yeah, do it. Give us an older Superman that's also Luke Cage. Nick Cage with the mullet. Give him the mullet. Why not? And then there's also there was a Wonder Woman film treatment that was battered around Warner Brothers by Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon once described it as one of the best scripts he's ever written. However, there were some leaks made online which put doubt to that. There was also the attempt at doing a Wonder Woman TV series that got a pilot. An Aquaman TV series also got a pilot. Both of those, neither of those were picked up. They're not terrible. They're both unfinished, but they're not terrible. They're definitely interesting proof of concepts on a television budget. The Justice League live action pilot, though, that is awful. It basically becomes like a little movie, and it's like Generation X levels of quality for anyone who's seen that. Generation X was an attempt in the mid-90s to do a book based on the X-Men characters, the teen characters, Generation X. It was not good at all. Yeah, really not that good. And Justice League has a lot of similarities to that. It's not bad, but there's a lot better examples of the genre. There was the Flash series in the 90s as well, which has obviously been brought back as part of the Arrowverse and woven into that with John Wesley Shipp returning as both that version of Barry Allen, but also now playing the character of Jay Garrick and showing that, yeah, actually, he was a pretty well-cast Flash. He could have been very interesting. But for the most part, DC films kind of hit a slump. The biggest example of a missed opportunity was the fully cast, fully scripted, and even apparently costume tested. Like, they did costume tests of this. And that was Justice League Mortal. Now, Justice League Mortal was quite an interesting idea and had a pretty good cast, to be honest. Like, Armie Hammer was Batman, if I remember rightly. I think Common was going to play the Jon Stewart version of the Green Lantern. DJ Catrona was going to play Superman. They were going to have Maxwell Lord as the main villain. And it was going to be loosely based on a lot of the Grant Morrison Batman series, not Batman series, Grant Morrison Justice League stories that we'd had at the time. Most famously, Tower of Babel. And it was also going to feature the death of Superman, which just shows how much DC has been wanting to adapt that particular story. Because obviously, like I said, it was one of their big 90s success stories. But yeah, I mean, the script for this entire film was online, and to be honest, it's not bad. Like, I've not read the script itself, but I've read the story description. I'm like, it could have been a really good movie. But yeah, Armie Hammer as Batman, DJ Catrona as Superman, Megan Gale as Wonder Woman, Adam Brody as the Flash. He would have been really good. It was also going to feature Talia al Ghul, Santiago Cabrera, who was obviously in Heroes. He was going to play Aquaman, which again would have been great casting. I quite like him. He was also in Star Trek Picard quite recently as well. Liked him in that. Jay Baruchel as Maxwell Lord, Common as Jon Stewart, and like I said, also Anton Yelchin as Wally West. And Anton Yelchin was an actor I really liked before his untimely passing, so that could have been a lot of fun. And there was costume design by Weta Workshop, there was directors attached, and then the whole thing got shelved. Like 2008, the whole thing got put on indefinite hold, and all the options lapsed. And the reason the studio gave was that they felt the script needed perfecting. But the problem was that was also the same time that the 2007-2008 Writers Guild of America strike hit. So, oh, and also, by the way, this film was going to be directed by George Miller, Like he was directing it and producing it. George Miller is the gentleman behind the Mad Max films, if I remember rightly, including Mad Max Fury Road, which has obviously gone on to win huge, huge recognition among both critics and fans. So this could have been a visually stunning film. And also, you know, if you watch the Mad Max movies, they're not perfect, but they really do wring every cent out of their budget. You know, they because they're made for like a shoestring. The first Mad Max movies, they do really well. So yeah, this could have been a movie that worked really well. But of course, it didn't happen. Got shelved. You know, the writer strike was happening. They were going to move production, and the whole thing just fell apart. And you know, the cast all talked about it really positively. They all seemed really excited. Like this thing was almost ready to shoot, but it's not to be. And so, of course, there was one final option. You know, while the Dark Knight trilogy carried on to greater and greater success, they decided to work on another movie that they had in development instead of the full Justice League, which became 2011's Green Lantern movie. Because, yes, Green Lantern was supposed to be the first film of this DC shared universe. And there are elements in that film that do suggest sequels and further development. Like, for example, there's a very, very good closing sequence, like a post-credit sequence, with Mark Strong's Sinestro getting the Yellow Lantern ring, which I think is really cool and would have set him up as the villain for the sequel, which I would have been invested in. Like, I've seen the Green Lantern movie. It's not perfect. I don't think Ryan Reynolds is particularly well cast, but then they also apparently almost cast Jack Black, and I think he would have been even worse cast. As much as I love Jack Black, like, he is an amazing human. I think he is fantastic in pretty much everything, and I'm sure he would have been a delight. I do not think he would have been the right take for that character. You know, Hal Jordan is a bit of a deadpan snarker, but he's not, in terms of his comedy, he's not Ryan Reynolds or Jack Black. You know, it needed to be. I think it needed to be an unknown. I think that's one thing that Marvel did really well with a lot of their early movies, is they cast characters who were relative unknowns. And obviously, by the time Green Lantern had come out, you know, we'd had most of phase one either released, about to release, or in very heavy development to the point we'd seen trailers. So, or at least cast photos, or, you know, we knew Avengers was coming. And obviously, because they kind of missed their shot with Justice League Mortal, it feels like Green Lantern was sort of rushed in production to compensate, so they had another hero out there. The problem is, Green Lantern's not that great, you know. I think Blake Lively is quite flat in it. I think Ryan Reynolds is completely miscast as the character, which I think he would himself would agree with. I love the fact that they got together on this film, though. I think that's absolutely lovely for them, because they clearly have so much fun annoying each other. So long may that continue. But yeah, it's not a great film. There's some interesting elements. It covers a lot of the Green Lantern mythos, but it's a bit of a mess. So then, you know, after 2012 hit, you know, just Dark Knight Rises was on its way out. Green Lantern had not been particularly successful. So Warner Brothers decided to do something that they're going to do very often in this whole sorry tale of a story, which is they decided to pivot and try something completely different. And what they decided to do was bring on Christopher Nolan, who had obviously just directed the Dark Knight trilogy for them. They brought him on as producer. They bought David S. Goyer, the director of Blade 3 and the writer of the Blade trilogy and the Dark Knight trilogy. They brought him on as a scriptwriter. And then they hired Zack Snyder as a director. And Zack Snyder, I do not think is a bad director. I think he's a very, very good, very visual director. Sometimes a bit self-indulgent. But I think every auteur director becomes that after a while. Christopher Nolan definitely is. But again, not a bad director. By this point he had directed Watchmen. And the Watchmen adaptation, it's not perfect. It's really not. But there's a lot of points in that film that I will go to bat for and say, no, that's a really good adaptation of what it is trying to be. If you wanted that comic come to life, that Watchmen movie is a really good example of how to do it. The scene in the film that made it for me, I think I've said this before, was the Dr. Manhattan chapter where he's on Mars, and I think it's issue 4 of the actual main comic book. He leaves and goes to Mars, and he flashes back on his life and sees the future, sees the past all at once. And it's something that really works really well on the comic book page because of how the comic is constructed with its very tight 9x9 panel grid. 9x9, 3x3, 9 panel grid per page. It works really well on the comic book page. But I think Zack Snyder did a really good job of adapting that by literally just translating it and using the visual storytelling that he is so good at. And it worked. So, of course, he wasn't necessarily a bad choice. But they announced that they were going to direct Superman. But it wasn't going to be called Superman. It was going to be called Man of Steel.
Now, for me, I think it's very easy to talk about the DC Extended Universe in terms of, while it doesn't have a phase structure in the same way that the Marvel Cinematic Universe does, there is still, to me, a very clear phase 1 and phase 2 almost. I'm not too sure about phase 3. I think a lot of the phase 3 has kind of fallen apart during the transition to the new DC cinematic universe that they're doing under James Gunn and Peter Safran. But there's very clearly a definitive phase 1. And it begins with Man of Steel. Now, Man of Steel, I've spoken a lot about the sort of the first phase of the DCEU and Zack Snyder's contributions, especially in a previous episode where I was talking about whether they should restore the Snyderverse. One of my earliest episodes, in fact. So it was a couple of years ago, so I'm going to reiterate some of the points, probably. But I'm going to try not to focus too much on films I've already talked about. Now, Man of Steel, I have issues with. It's got Henry Cavill as Superman. It's got Amy Adams as Lois Lane. It's got Russell Crowe as Jor-El. Kevin Costner as Jonathan Kent. Is it Diane Lane as Martha Kent? And Lawrence Fishburne as Perry White. Those are like the main ones that are in the cast. Oh, and Michael Shannon as General Zod. Now, there's so many parts of this that, while I can agree that they are visually spectacular, I struggle with, and I struggle with the writing a lot of the time. I don't think this is a particularly well-written film. David Goyer was the one who wrote the script for it. And, David Goyer's one, I've had issues with some of his work before. Like, he worked on the Blade trilogy. He worked on The Dark Knight trilogy as well. And I have mixed feelings on all of those movies. I think some of them are far better than others. Part of the issue that really gets me right at the start is the long and elaborate diversion on Krypton. And I call it a diversion because that's what it feels like. It feels like the film is being diverted for the first 15-20 minutes of what is a just over a 2-hour film to give us a story on Krypton, to show us Superman's origins. And it's an interesting view on Krypton. Like, I don't think, like, there's elements of this that I don't think are in any other previous version of Krypton. Like the idea that all Kryptonians are kind of genetically engineered and there's no natural births anymore. And so that's something that makes Kal-El, unique. And the actual destruction of Krypton, I think, is very visually incredible. It certainly looks good. I'm not gonna try and deny that. But the problem I have is so much of this feels unnecessary. It's kind of setting up Zod and his uprising. But the thing is, Superman has one of the most famous origins in comics. We know who Superman is. We know who Clark Kent is. I don't think this origin needed to be shown. And if it did need to be shown, I don't think it needed to be shown in this way. I think it might have worked better, perhaps, if this was introduced later in the movie. If we got our introduction to Clark in more of a non-linear way, like introduce us to Clark in the modern day, introduce us to things like his saving the oil rig members, which, again, very good moment. Then pepper in the flashbacks, and start with the flashbacks of, with Jonathan and Martha Kent as he grows up, and how they help him with his powers. That's good. Although, again, Jonathan Kent's death in this, really bad. Like, Superman could have saved him like that. He really could have. But yeah, I think with the movie being laid out in the structure that it is, it actually hurts it. I understand there's a huge exposition dump anyway when we are introduced to the Kryptonian ship and we're introduced to the Kal-El computer not the Jor-El computer program. Although I really don't like how much of a role Jor-El has in this either. I understand that's also something from the previous films, with Marlon Brando in the role, where he had like a more pronounced role as the computer. But like, the fact Jor-El's able to like save Lois at one point is very bizarre. And yeah, it's I struggle with so much of this film. And I've seen people rank this as one of the best DCEU movies, and I really don't agree. And part of the problems are production or direction decisions. Like, I'm not sure who's to blame for the fact that the color palette in this is so washed out. But I know that Zack Snyder can work with quite vibrant colors, because while Watchmen is quite muted in some respects, something like Sucker Punch is very bright. So I'm not sure if it was his decision to darken Superman to this extent. Um, but yeah, it's a tough one because there's a lot of moments that I don't quite hate. I like some of the chemistry between Lois and Clark. I like that it still feels like an origin story of sorts for Clark. Like he's not the Superman we would come to expect him to be yet. And I quite like that. You know, as famous as Superman is, they're very obviously trying for something different. And you know, the Battle of Metropolis and the World Engine and Zod's announcement to the world is very much, you know, this feels like the building of like, yeah, we can turn this into an extended universe. So that works quite well for me in a lot of respects. But then it's undercut by how dark everything is and how quickly Zod adjusts to his powers, which seems like a bit of a narrative leap, and then how you know, how just like how casual the destruction is. And like I get that, you know, we'd had Avengers the year before this, and there's a lot of destruction in Avengers, don't get me wrong. But at least in Avengers, you see the heroes trying to save people. You don't see Cal really trying to save anyone until the final moment where he snaps Zod's neck, which again I really dislike. I don't like the idea of Superman killing, and in the same way I don't like the idea of Batman killing, and I will come to Batman. But obviously, as I've spoken about before, the idea of Batman killing is something that immediately puts me off about the character. Um, you know, whenever it happens. So the fact Superman, and I understand he breaks down after doing it, but it's like, and you know, a lot of people were trying to defend it. It was like, oh, what else could he have done? It's like whatever else the writer came up with, they were making it up as they went along. They could have done anything. You know, throw Zod into, you know, fly him up into the sun. You know, launch him into the earth, bury him underground. You know, entomb him. That there were options. You know, point his head straight to the sky. You know, oh, I don't know. And I get the agony and the angst that comes from it. But it also doesn't feel earned. And part of it is linked to Jonathan Kent just giving the really bad advice of like, you know, where Clark as a kid is like, should I have just let them die? And he says, maybe. No! That that's not Jonathan Kent. I really I get that they're trying to do it as an origin and trying to make it a bit more realistic and, you know, maybe not with the idealism of the past, but to me Superman should be a reflection of like proper old American idealism. Like I understand America is dark and it does have its problems, and the American idealism has always been a lie. But, like, hate to break it to any of my American listeners, but the American idealism has always been a lie. You do realize this. Um, you know, but Superman, if any character feels like they should embody that type of American idealism and what America should be and what America should always have been, you know, that kind of American exceptionalism. If any character more than Captain America can embody that, it's freaking Superman. Ugh. But I'll admit, I came to Man of Steel late. I came to Man of Steel. I didn't watch it originally when it came out. I watched it a lot later, after seeing things like Batman v Superman. So I was already kind of soured on the DCEU. But even then, I did try and watch it and judge it on its own merits. And Yeah, I have problems with it. There's parts of it I really want to like, as I said, but there's parts of it that I really struggle with. And I think it's a real shame. But yeah, that's Man of Steel. But hey ho, on we go. The reason I didn't watch it by the time, by the way, is because I watched the trailers and I did not think anything of those trailers. Superman was a character I kind of struggled with back then. I didn't really have much of an idea of what he should be. But even then, it's like from the trailers, I was like, that's not Superman. But then, like the years afterwards, I ended up reading things like JLA Avengers and um, some of the more classic Superman stories and things like Crisis and things like that. And I was like, okay, I get what Superman's about now. So, but yeah, anyway, Man of Steel was not a huge success, but it was a moderate success. It made about 668 million worldwide. Budget was about 225 to 258. They've not narrowed it down any more than that. I don't know how much of that includes marketing budget or if that's then on top. So it was a modest success and not bad numbers, really. Like those are pretty good. They're very comparable with a lot of the Marvel numbers at the time. Avengers was obviously a huge outlier for Marvel, making over $1 billion. So, Warner Brothers got straight on with their plans for the DCEU and what they were going to do. And this is, I think, where the problems really, really start. Because, a year later in 2014, it would be revealed that the sequel that was being, put into development was going to be Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Okay. Now, a Batman v Superman versus v Superman movie had been in the works for a while. It was something that had been considered after Justice League Mortal fell through. It was one thing that was being considered before the Dark Knight trilogy. So it was something that, people were aware that DC wanted to do. And there was a lot of speculation about who might play Batman. Would they tie it into, the Dark Knight trilogy? Like, there was a theory at the time that the V meant that it would be the 5th movie in the series because you'd have the Dark Knight trilogy and then Man of Steel, and then this would be Batman v Superman, so Batman 5 Superman, which was a bizarre theory. I remember reading at the time and thinking, no, I'm not sure about that. But eventually things came out, and it was going to be Ben Affleck playing Batman. So obviously an older version of Batman. Then we got things like costume tests. Gal Gadot was cast as Wonder Woman. There was the famous picture of Jason Momoa as Aquaman, with the poster said "Unite the Seven," and this was the only poster we ever got that said "Unite the Seven." And there were never 7 members of the Justice League. So I don't know what that was all about or what was happening there. That was a mess. Good poster, though. Like, he looked very interesting. It's a very different take on Aquaman, got a lot of people's attention. Then we had the big announcement. And I'm trying to remember the date. I think this was about 2015. And it was shortly before, I think it was shortly before the release of Age of Ultron, because Marvel at the time hadn't revealed any of their Phase 3 stuff, because they were waiting for Age of Ultron to release. And I think their Phase 3 announcement came a bit later on, if not the next year. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, basically DC announced their plan for
the coming few years. And the plan was interesting, to say the least. It was basically pitching that there would be sort of 2 films every year. Um, building up towards, or Justice League. Justice League was going to be a big part of it. And basically the plan was that in 2016, by this point, Batman v Superman had been pushed back. It was originally meant to be sort of 2015, then it got pushed back, and there were reshoots going on and things like that. So, Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice was going to be in 2016 in March. It was going to be followed in August by Suicide Squad, which we knew was coming. And I think by this point, we'd probably heard about Jared Leto playing the Joker, and it was being directed by David Ayer. But I think it kind of flown under the radar. This was like its first big announcement kind of thing. And Will Smith had been cast for it. Then 2017, in June, we would get Wonder Woman, and in November, we were going to get Justice League Part 1. Then 2018 would be Flash in March and Aquaman in July. 2019 would be Shazam in April with The Rock playing the character of Black Adam. Like, it was actually said that apparently there was a bit of a thing where they were courting Dwayne Johnson, and they were like, who do you want to play? Do you want to play Shazam or Black Adam? And he decided to play Black Adam because he wanted to play the villain. So they were like, okay, you're going to be in the Shazam movie, you're going to be the villain in that. They were also announcing all the other cast as well, by the way. So when they were doing this, they were like, well, not everyone, but it was like, Aquaman is going to have Jason Momoa, Flash is going to have Ezra Miller. This announcement also came very soon after the premiere of the Flash TV series for the Arrowverse as well, which is something that stung me quite a bit and stung a lot of fans. It was like Warner Brothers was already kind of, throwing out the Arrowverse, and sort of ditching it and saying, yeah, this doesn't count. Don't worry about this. It doesn't matter. You don't have to care about this Flash because we've got another Flash coming. And that always, to me, struck me as a bit backwards, because the Arrowverse was clearly, we were getting the signs that the Arrowverse was starting to expand and build, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. That's a really cool idea. And bearing in mind this was 2015, by this point, Marvel had already been expanding to television as well. We'd had Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and we were starting to get the Marvel Defenders stuff. So the idea of a shared movie and TV universe was already starting to fit. And so the idea that, the Arrowverse could have worked alongside the DC film universe and done that for this could have worked really well. But they decided not to do that. But yeah, so 2019 would have been Shazam in April, and then Justice League Part 2 in June. And then 2020 would have been Cyborg with Ray Fisher in April 2020, and a Green Lantern Corps with no cast members announced for June 2020. And this was an interesting announcement, and I think a lot of fans and a lot of people on the internet took it in a real sort of, this is bold, because you're announcing 10 films across the next 5 years. You haven't even released the sequel to Man of Steel yet, and Man of Steel was a moderate success at best. It did not do well critically. It was moderate box office success. I think people were intrigued in what the DCEU could bring, but there was definitely concerns over what could happen and where it could go. And then, of course, Batman v Superman came out. Now, I really do think that Batman v Superman
is, I think this is the point where even as early as this, you could tell that the DCEU was in trouble. Batman v Superman is not a good film. I've watched it several times. I've watched it in the cinema. I've watched it. I own it on Blu-ray, so I've watched the ultimate cut as well. And I still don't think it's a good film. There are huge leaps in narrative logic, especially on the part of Lex Luthor, played by Jesse Eisenberg, who I don't think is especially poorly cast. I think what they're trying to do with him is very interesting, but he is terribly written. The script for this is David Goyer and Chris Terrio, and I don't think it's a well-written film at all. And I don't know which of the two writers is responsible for which things. And, and after we've just had the strikes, after we're having the strikes now, because, I'm going to be recording this when I'm going to be releasing this when the strikes have concluded, but the strikes are in place now. I don't want any criticism of the writers to be like, well, we shouldn't get paid them because they're awful. It's like, no, they should still be paid. But I don't think the writing is good in this. And I don't think the ultimate cut adds as much as the fans like to say it does. In fact, I think in a lot of the cases, I can understand why the ultimate cut bits are cut out of the film. They do just kind of slow it down unnecessarily. There's also the disregard of certain characters, like the fact that Jimmy Olsen appears and is just killed off, and he's barely even named. Like, that's who the CIA photographer is. It's Jimmy Olsen, and he's just killed off carelessly. I don't think even Marvel have ever treated a character that badly. And there's been some very bizarre adaptations of some of the Marvel characters, like the Mandarin, for example. But no one's been treated that badly. So yeah, I don't like that at all. Ben Affleck, I don't hate as Batman or as Bruce Wayne. I think he does a very good job of differentiating the two. Like, I think his Bruce Wayne is brilliant. Like the scene at the party where he's like pretending to be lost and drunk. That's a really good depiction of Bruce Wayne. Like, that's up there with like the Batman the Animated Series of like making Bruce and Batman two completely different characters, and I think it works really well. Soundtrack isn't terrible. That's something I can praise. Wonder Woman is pretty good. Like, the moment she appears in the finale is pretty good. But then the actual film, the film is bad. And, the plot is bad, the pacing is bad, the Martha twist is, it's awful. I was on the verge of swearing then, but I don't want to. It's awful. It's so bad. It's some minor coincidence. And I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, oh no, this is Superman reaffirming to Bruce that, he is human. And I'm like, that shouldn't matter with the motivations and everything we've seen from Batman in this film. This is a Batman who kills. The fact that Superman has a human mother shouldn't stop him. Especially with the line earlier on where he's like, if there is a 1% chance he is our enemy, we have to take that as an absolute certainty because he has the power to destroy the world. That's Batman's motivation. Batman shouldn't stop there. And, the reason why all this is happening is because DC is also trying to burn through two of their biggest stories, The Death of Superman and Dark Knight Returns, which they have been trying to adapt, both of them, by this point, for decades. That's the biggest part of it. The Batman v Superman plotline that they'd had in development for ages was to adapt The Dark Knight Returns. Dark Knight Returns only works because it has decades of comic book history that it's following on from. It doesn't work alone. It doesn't work in a vacuum. The Dark Knight Returns, as a comic book, as a deconstructionist work, works because of the Batman comics that precede it and the Superman comics that precede it, right? The death of Superman works because of how impactful the character of Superman is. With this, DC, Warner Brothers, they basically take two of their best stories and spaff them up a wall. It is a complete mishandling of two of the most iconic storylines for each of these characters, and done for the first time, and they can never be done for the first time again. Ever. It's such a waste. Like a phenomenal waste. And what they were trying to do just failed in every regard, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as a lot of people are concerned. It's so bad. They can't ever do those stories for the first time again, and if they try and do them in 10 years and they do them better, it's always going to be compared to this. And what this is like, I could make several vulgar epithets around teasing, being promised the world and then teased with something very disappointing. Because that's what it feels like. So what happens off the back of Man of Steel is that Warner Brothers rapidly try to course correct. And yeah, this is where some of their biggest mistakes get made. So, the first thing is the upcoming Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad is on its way. They release a trailer off the back of Batman v Superman, which is very high octane, uses I think it uses Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. I know it uses a Queen song. I couldn't remember if it was Bohemian Rhapsody or something else, but I think it is Bohemian Rhapsody. Has a very frenetically edited trailer, lots of quite good action beats in time with the music. It's a good trailer. Like, I like that trailer. Makes the film look a hell of a lot better than it is. As a result of the overwhelmingly positive reaction to that trailer, which, by the way, was the second trailer, it was the actual theatrical trailer. The original teaser trailer, which focused more on Jared Leto's Joker and Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn, as well as Will Smith's Deadshot, not as good. Not as good. Very dark, very tense, very atmospheric. Good for what it's trying to be and for what the film was apparently originally trying to be, but not for what the film was becoming. Because as a result of the response to the theatrical trailer, apparently, and this is all kind of up in the air and take with heaps of salt, because it's David Ayer's word against Warner Brothers. But David Ayer claims that the film was kind of taken off of him in the editing stages and given to the company that edited the trailer. And they essentially recut the movie, replaced the score that had been composed with needle drops for like classic songs. And I'll admit there's some pretty good needle drops in there. I quite like them. They're predictable in a lot of cases. But they work, and also cut quite a lot of scenes and added some flashy effects and kind of recut the whole movie. And so what you are left with is a film that is, again, a bit of a mess. The theatrical cut has good elements.
There's some really good elements. Viola Davis as Amanda Waller, for example, is phenomenal. Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn is phenomenal. Although I've spoken again with Tallulah again a couple of years ago, where we were talking about the objectification of Harley Quinn in this. Like, Harley Quinn is a very capable character, and she's very objectified in this. And the depiction of her and Joker's relationship is awful, because it's one of the most abusive relationships in fiction, and it's really romanticized in this. Also, why is Joker alive? Like, this is a world where Batman kills his villains because he kills his villains because Joker and Harley apparently killed Robin, to the point that he has Robin's damaged suit saying "ha ha, joke's on you" in the Batcave. So why is Joker still alive? Why would a Batman that kills not have murdered the Joker? Like, put him down like a rabid dog. I don't know. I mean, you could argue that maybe in the flashback scene in this, he's going to kill the Joker, but Joker gets away and leaves Harley Quinn instead. But then, even if Harley was responsible for helping to murder Robin, then why is she still alive as well? Like, and I know it's done so the movie can happen. I'm not that silly. But yeah. See what I mean about the narrative, gaps in the logic? And I understand gaps in logic, but it's like, this one doesn't fit within the rules of the universe you've built. Like, you've built a Batman that kills. Why is Joker still alive? I get, like, the whole thing with Deadshot. Like, the Deadshot flashback, I think, works really well and does a good job at showing this Batman. You also get a first real look at the Flash in this. Kind of an extended cameo where we see him taking Captain Boomerang down, but compared to the quick blink and you miss it cameos that we've had so far of Cyborg and Aquaman in Batman v Superman, this is the first time we really get to see Flash. We see him in the costume, we hear him speak, we hear him in his superhero persona. He's not terrible. Like, not great, but not terrible. It's not much to judge him on, but it's not bad. Suicide Squad itself apparently went through a lot of rewrites and a lot of changes, and apparently part of this was also Snyder and Nolan's involvement. Like, apparently the villain, the giant, I've forgotten what Enchantress calls him, her brother in that she creates, the giant CGI monster. I think he's meant to have been one of the New Gods. Not one of the New Gods, one of the Apocalypsans, one of Darkseid's people. Like, I think in the original plan that was going to be Steppenwolf, and like Enchantress is going to be kind of linked to that, because obviously the plan was for Justice League to take more of a, just to feature more of like Darkseid and that sort of stuff. But then the decision was made to take Steppenwolf out of this film and put him in the Justice League instead. So yeah, it leaves the whole film feeling a bit disjointed. Now, the film itself isn't terrible, and the idea of the Suicide Squad I quite like. The justification for them given in the film, where it's like Amanda Waller says they are, what they would use to, the group that she would use to take down a rogue Superman. But it's like, she's got, like, we see at the end of the film when she gives the files to Batman, that she's got access to a list of metahumans, and yet she has a few guys who shoot really good. in this first. The only one with any real powers is El Diablo, and he refuses to use them. And Enchantress, but she loses control of Enchantress, which is obviously what puts the movie in place. Like Enchantress and El Diablo are the only two with any real powers to speak of. But yeah, not a great film. The weirdest thing about it though is the weirdest thing about Suicide Squad is it's an Oscar winner. It won an Oscar. And the Oscar it won was for, I think it was makeup and hairstyling. Um, but the thing is, Suicide Squad. Oh, I don't know. It's the makeup and hairstyling Oscar is one that's. I think it does take into account practical makeup, so that could include like Killer Croc. Um, but yeah, beyond that, it's what Joker and Harley's tattoos, I suppose. And maybe some of the villain makeup or whatever Enchantress has got going on. But there's a lot of CGI in this as well, so like Enchantress is wearing like a full CGI suit at one point, and I don't want to necessarily like hate on Enchantress. Like I don't dislike Cara Delevingne as an actress. I've seen her in some other stuff, like Only Murders in the Building, and she's pretty good. Um, but this is not her best work at all. um, but yeah, it's such a weird little film. Really, really weird. Um, Wonder Woman, however, which followed in 2017, and again remains pretty much untouched, unlike Suicide Squad. I'm not sure if it's because Deborah Snyder, Zack Snyder's wife, had more of a direct hand in crafting Wonder Woman with Patty Jenkins because she was one of the producers. But it's not tampered with as much. And if anything, there's a lot about Wonder Woman that's really, really good. Like I like the color choices, the muted color palette. Once she leaves Themyscira and enters the real world, because the real world's kind of corrupted by World War One, as opposed to the bright, beautiful colors, the very vibrant colors that you get on Themyscira. The Amazons themselves are brilliant. Chris Pine makes a really good Steve Trevor. The decision set it in World War One is very interesting because there's a lot of World War Two movies, but we don't get a lot of World War One stuff. Um, and obviously we'd had World War Two with Captain America, so doing World War One was very different. The idea that the no man's land scene is a pinnacle of the film. It's one of the best moments in it. The speed up, slow down, slow motion, I think works really well. That was something that Zack Snyder um, used to great effect on 300, and I think it works really, really well here. And it just makes Diana look so powerful. And Diana herself is lovely. Like Gal Gadot is, I don't know. I'm not sure if she's a great actress. I've not seen her in much else except for maybe Murder on the Nile, where she's perfectly fine, but you know, she also dies about halfway through. So um, but yeah, I mean, she's got a very she's got a very unique accent. I think she's Israeli, isn't she, by birth? So, um, but I don't know if that's her natural accent that she's using in the film or if that's an accent she's putting on. But either way, she could read the phone book and make it sound very, very intriguing. Um, and there's elements of the Diana from the comics that I know here. There's a lot of nice speeches. However, for me, the film falls apart in the third act. And for me, it falls apart because it contradicts itself. It contradicts itself when it says that Ares is not responsible for the war. That I like. That's a good twist. And I like David Thewlis as Ares because he's very unassuming Ares. Not not the general, the he's not Ares. No, the British ambassador is Ares. I like that. That's very clever. It's quite subtle and yeah, it's very interesting. However, however, the problem becomes the big CGI battle against Ares, which I could do without. you know. Um you know. Although I do like there's a lot of nice twists and like the reveal of Diana's identity and how she's actually the goddess of war, the god killer. And the history of the Amazons as well is told in this beautiful piece of artwork because it's like the way that the storybook is moving and everything like that. It's a lot of great visual stuff, but the CGI fight is not one of them. The CGI fight is a mess. And then she kills Ares, and all of a sudden, everyone around them stops fighting. Like, Ares didn't cause the war, but his death immediately stops all the fighting. Why? That just contradicts everything that Ares said. You know? He said it was their decision to resort to violence because they're corrupt. He's just given them ideas and inspirations. And then he dies and I hate how easy that is. And you could say, oh, it's just the villain lying, but it's awful. Like if the war ends that easily when he dies, why does World War II then happen? Because why does every war since World War One happen? Because the god of war is dead, so there should be no more war, right? I think it would have been better if he was being truthful, if he was, at his word. Like, she kills him, and then they still have to, like, fight their way out because they're still surrounded by German soldiers wanting to kill them. I don't know. It's not a bad film. It's a very, very good film. But it has problems in its third act that really stop me loving it, which is a shame because I really want to love it. This is a Wonder Woman movie. Do you know how long the road was to get a Wonder Woman movie? Marvel put a talking tree and a rocket with a machine gun in a movie while DC was in 2 movies while DC was still trying to figure out Wonder Woman. That's nuts. Joss Whedon wrote a script for Wonder Woman. Yeah, it wasn't great. Like, the script's leaked online. It got some problems. He described it as like the best script DC ever had, but he would. It's got problems. But it's like they still had a Wonder Woman movie. They could have done it, and it's like the more magical, fantastical elements of this work really well. Like, Themyscira is brilliant. The whole opening is brilliant. Robin Wright as Antiope. Oh, absolutely amazing. But yeah, it's so yeah, I have issues with Wonder Woman. And then of course we get to Justice League, which obviously had the most famous issues of all. And obviously, I don't want to, harp on and repeat too much of what I said in a previous episode, but yeah, Zack Snyder was filming it, and he was filming something that would have been, based on the Snyder cut that we actually got later on, something that was suitably epic. Like, I do think the Snyder cut is the better version of that film. I don't for a minute think it was the version of the film that we would have gotten. Right, that is a 4-hour movie. Even if you take away the nightmare scene that was added on for the Snyder cut release, you are still looking at 3.5 hours of movie. And I discount the nightmare scene because the nightmare scene is awful. It's the one thing that's added on, and it's terrible. Makes no sense. Undercuts the entire movie. Because, again, the whole, the nightmare scene in Batman v Superman comes out of nowhere and means nothing within the context of that movie. However, it pays off with this movie because, you get Cyborg's visions of the future in the Snyder Cut where he sees Superman. But then, of course, they're able to save Superman and have him stop Darkseid. So the idea that then he still goes bad and evil, so much of the DC universe is just a mess at this point. It's the whole, again, to hark back to the whole, another previous episode, it's the whole hope and cynicism thing. And the DC extended universe is a microcosm of it. What they've done in decades of comic book history, they do in like 3 movies. Anyway. Yeah, the Snyder Cut that we eventually got was in no way going to be what we actually got. There's, like I said, 3.5 hours of film there if you take away the nightmare scene. And that 3.5 hours, I think you probably have got most about 2 hours 45 out of that for a theatrical cut. So, I mean, you could probably save yourself quite a bit of time by speeding up all the freaking slow motion in it. That would solve a lot of problems. And there's some bits that would make sense for an extended like DVD edition. But for the most part, it all kind of works. It all feels like it is contributing to the story. And, there are changes which, I've gone back and forth on. Me and Tallulah discussed in the Gatekeeping episode right back in season 2, where we discussed about, the Amazons being changed and how their armor changes and the way they're shot changes, and it's very much done with a male gaze now rather than a female gaze. However, like Tallulah said, there's also that aspect of they don't need the full body armor now because they're Amazons and they're tough and they're not even scared. And I'm like, I quite like that. That's an interesting idea. Whether that's the reason it was done or not, I don't know. But they do all have the chiseled abs and washboard stomachs, so maybe. It's not just that they've got flat stomachs, like they've all got abs. Yeah, every single one of those Amazon women is ripped. And it's like, okay, that's cool. If you're going to give us a whole load of like muscle-bound women, yeah, maybe they don't need the body armor. So yeah, I don't for any moment assume that the Snyder Cut is the film that we would have got back in the day. But obviously Zack Snyder had to step away due to a personal tragedy. There was already changes in the Snyder Cut. Like, as much as Zack Snyder, like the Snyder Cut that we eventually got, fits more in tone with his previous movies, there are still some changes there. There are some very clear, there's more jokes. Like, Batman is funnier, not to the extent he is in the Whedon cut of Justice League, but there are definitely changes there. And obviously Joss Whedon got bought on by DC to reshoot the movie and finish editing it. But in the process, he ended up they constrained him to a 2-hour runtime, and he ended up reshooting like quite a lot of the movie. Like, if you go back and actually compare the two versions, there's quite a lot that's changed. Some of it works. Like, I do think some of the newer scenes work, or some. You have to assume that they're Whedon editions because Snyder didn't put them in his version. So things like Flash with his like, you all seem ready to do battle and I've never done that, and Batman's like, just focus on saving one person. Like, I quite like that moment. I think that's a very good like mentorship moment. I like that Bruce is making some jokes about how old he is. Some of them don't work, but some of them really do. I like that there's quite a sweet and tender scene between him and Diana where she sees his injuries. Like, I quite like that moment. Which was obviously a Joss Whedon edition. I really like Joss Whedon's opening montage, where we see just like how dark the world is after Superman's dead. Doesn't feel earned at all with the way people were reacting to Superman in the previous two movies. However, I get it. Like I said, does not feel earned at all. But on its own, like in a microcosm within this movie, it works as a scene. I think it's a very good scene. The idea of like there being less hope. But I also think that also doesn't work and mesh well with the Snyder Cut opening, where it's like Superman, the actual moment of Superman's death is what triggers things happening. Although it does also mean that according to the Snyder Cut, the cyborg flashback from Batman v Superman shouldn't exist because the mother box only started working when Superman died. So how did the mother box restore Cyborg beforehand and things like that? Cyborg is the character who's changed the most between the two versions by far, and he's a much better version in the Snyder Cut than he is in the released version. And yeah, you just get a better exploration of who he is, which makes him a lot more interesting. You also get a better exploration of Aquaman, and through him, the characters in Atlantis. Like, we get to meet Mera in this. I think we also meet Volko in the Snyder Cut as well. And yeah, it's not bad. I don't think the Justice League theatrical cut works. I think the theatrical cut is a decent enough film for what it is, but it doesn't work in this universe. And it's very, very clear that everything's been rewritten and changed. And it's a mess. Like, decent film in its own right, put as part of the universe, mess. Absolute mess. Snyder Cut fits more narratively into everything else, but still has a lot of problems. But, you know, according to DC and Warner Brothers, the Snyder Cut is not canon and never will be. So we don't have to worry about that as much as it would have been perhaps a better version, and it's probably got some far more interesting moments. It's not the version we get. We don't get the Flash's time travel sequence, you know, no matter what people's thoughts are on it. We don't get Darkseid. We don't get the tease for the future. We don't get the black costume, which, by the way, as I still think is a bad decision because it comes from nowhere. It's only done just because it's in the comics. Even the original trailers that had footage that was from the Snyder Cut show that he wasn't meant to be in the black costume. He was meant to be in the red and blue. So Zack Snyder saying it was always planned. He's talking out of his arse. But that said, you know, the man suffered a tragedy. I am glad he got to finish his movie and show his version of his film to the world. You know, I can't fault him for that. So, the results of Justice League and Wonder Woman and Suicide Squad were that, with the exception of Wonder Woman, the films underperformed. Wonder Woman made $1 billion, over $1 billion. and and was a critical success. Suicide Squad, however, was not, and did not make a lot of money as a result. And Batman v Superman made about $800 million, something like that, worldwide. Warner Brothers was expecting $1 billion, and I can understand why. As much as I think maybe they were setting their standards a bit too high, this is two of their flagship marquee characters. Like, you can understand why they were expecting to make that level of cash. Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises had made $1 billion each, over $1 billion each. This was another Batman movie, and it was Batman and Superman. So if Superman had made them, over 600 million, then Batman v Superman should easily have made them over $1 billion. And I get it. I get why they thought that, but that's not what happened. And then Justice League made even less than that worldwide. And then obviously the stories came out about how much the reshoots were and, what had been done. And Ray Fisher was quite vocal about, how much of his character had been cut and edited and lost in the edit. And it was clear that the DCEU was in trouble, and that the plans that they'd had, the big things that they'd promised, weren't going to come to fruition anytime soon. Aquaman was delayed. It didn't end up releasing until December 2018. Went on to be very successful when it did. But, I'll come to that in a minute. But it got delayed. Flash was getting delayed, and then they announced that that it was going to be Flash and Cyborg together, and that the Cyborg movie would probably be cancelled. But then Ray Fisher went on his tirade, and Walter Hamada kind of stuck with Joss Whedon over Ray Fisher. So then it was like, well, Ray Fisher's clearly out. And then, of course, then they lost the director, then they lost the writer, and then it was like, okay, well, it's going to be rewritten. It's going to be, it's going to be pushed back and back and back. I think The Flash, before it eventually released, went through like 4 or 5 different directors over the space of the next few years. So obviously, clearly, as it only released this year, it missed. It's they say this year, 2023, when I'm recording this. I don't know when this episode's going to be released just yet, but it's clear it missed its 2018 window. Meanwhile, Dwayne Johnson was connected to Shazam, then he was not connected to Shazam, and it's like, oh, then there's going to be a Black Adam movie. He's not going to be in Shazam. There's going to be a separate Black Adam film, and then that started development hell for a while. So then it was like, well, Shazam's going to be something else, and it's going to need its own villain. And by this point, I think they cast Zachary Levi as the character of Shazam. And it's like, oh yeah, they're going to have a kid play Billy Batson and have an adult play Shazam. And yeah, Cyborg was off the table. There's still no announcement about Green Lantern. Green Lantern just fell back and fell back and fell back. And then, there was the discussion about doing a Joker movie with Joker and Phoenix and things like that. And, everything just kind of became a bit of a mess. But then, there were other things that were successful, like Harley Quinn was quite popular despite how much Suicide Squad underperformed. Like, everyone generally agreed Margot Robbie was pretty good in it, and Harley Quinn was a breakout character. The Harley Quinn TV series happened and became quite successful, so of course it was like, well, okay, well, we'll do a Harley Quinn movie. Wonder Woman was really successful. Oh, we'll do a Wonder Woman sequel. So huge course corrections, huge changes going into what would be the next phase of their movies. But first of all, they had to close out what was left of the original plan with Aquaman. Now, Aquaman had started filming while Justice League was in post-production. And so, because it was already filming under James Wan, uh, the everything that happened with Justice League barely impacted Aquaman. And Aquaman I really like. Aquaman I think is a very solid movie. I think Jason Momoa is very charismatic as the character. It's an interesting take on Aquaman. I love the bright and colorful depiction of the underwater world. I know everything's kind of brightened up, to reflect Aquaman and all the other Atlanteans' powers, and that they can see underwater much more clearly. And it also meant that, as I mentioned in a previous episode, I liked Wakanda, Wakanda Forever, with its own version of Atlantis, the Talokan, in contrast to that, where it was a lot darker. And I thought that worked really well as well. And as much as Namor came first, I do quite like that Aquaman got the underwater world to screen first. In terms of, who's the most popular character. You think of underwater, you think of Aquaman. And the movie was good. Like, there was a lot going on. Amber Heard, as much as my opinions have soured on her as a person over everything that's come out about, all the stuff that's come out regarding her and Johnny Depp, and the levels of abuse and other things like that were going on in that situation. I have to admit, she's pretty good as Mera. Like, her and Jason Momoa as Aquaman have got some pretty good chemistry between them. They're not necessarily lovers, but they do feel like allies for a lot of the film. There's some very good costuming choices, like the dress that she's wearing that's made of like jellyfish. That's really cool. The underwater fight scenes are pretty good. The big epic battle scenes, what blew me away. Like, this is a proper like science fiction fantasy type thing, and it's very good. And bits of the underwater kingdoms, like the trench were incredible. They were terrifying. Like, I've read the Trench Run in the comics. They are terrifying in the comic page, and they were just as good in the film. So yeah, I enjoyed it. And yeah, like Nicole Kidman as his mother, she was really good as well. Tamara Morrison as his father. Patrick Wilson as Ocean Master, he was pretty good. Black Manta was amazing. Probably not utilized as much as I would like, but very, very good. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Aquaman a lot. After Justice League, it was the obviously I saw Aquaman in the cinema, and I really enjoyed it. And it would be it grabbed me from the first trailer, and I can't say that about many of the other DC movies. Where I've seen the trailer and gone, oh yeah, I've got to see that. It's pretty much Aquaman, Birds of Prey, Shazam, the first one, the Suicide Squad, and Blue Beetle, and that's it. every other DC movie, I've been a bit, maybe I'll see it. But yeah, Aquaman had me from the first trailer. I thought it was very good. And it feels like a good way to close out this era almost of the DCEU. I mean, it kind of closed it and it kind of didn't, because it's like it doesn't feel like an ending to anything, but it's just like but this and Shazam are the only ones of those announced movies that actually got made in the times that they were said to be made. I mean, Shazam also got delayed, but it at least came out the year it was supposed to. Which I suppose brings me on to Shazam. Shazam itself as well is also very good. I'm going to do a whole episode talking about Shazam around. I'm planning it as like a Christmas special. Obviously, that's hoping that the writer strike, the strikes are over by Christmas, so I can release it then. But it's one I had planned last year and was unable to fit in. So either way, it will be a Christmas episode in the future. So yeah, I'll probably talk more about my actual thoughts on Shazam there. But it is a very good movie, very solid. It's got a lot of good theming. The main issue I have with it is that maybe when Billy transforms into Shazam, he's almost a different character. Like Zachary Levi and is it Asher Angel that plays Billy Batson don't feel almost like they're playing the same character in a lot of respects. It feels a bit more like how Jim Carrey played Stanley Ipkiss, both when he was and wasn't wearing the mask in that film, where it's kind of like the the normal persona and then like the subconscious, the id that comes out and is much more dramatic. And I don't know, maybe there's an element of that to the portrayal. But yeah, I mean, Shazam's good. I had a lot of fun with it, and there's some really great moments in it. And like the family are lovely, like the whole family dynamic and everything like that going on. And there's some real poignant moments in the story. And then the it's got the most tie-ins to the rest of the DCU. There's a Batarang, there's copies of the Daily Planet with Superman on the cover. The end credit sequence, which features Shazam interacting with all of the other heroes. Probably fictional based on where the sequel leaves off, but this is the one that feels more like an ending of what came before. It's like this is the conclusion to where everything was ending up. This is the end of phase 1 type thing. And it was clear that, behind the scenes, there was a lot being planned of like, well, what does DC do to course correct this? They're doing other films, and one of the big things that quickly became a prominent story as what they were going to do to course correct everything was that they were going to use the Flash and the multiverse and essentially make a movie around the Flashpoint story. Now, I think I mentioned Flashpoint in my previous DC episode, the Hope and Cynicism one, but if I didn't, or if you haven't listened to that episode, Flashpoint is essentially the comic that kickstarted the New 52. It began as a Flash storyline where Flash, having found out that the reverse Flash was responsible for killing his mother, goes back in time to prevent his mother's murder. And in preventing his mother's murder, breaks time. It was also a plot thread that was used in season 3 of the Flash television show. So I've also mentioned it in the Arrowverse there, and I think the Arrowverse did a pretty good version of it actually, where it was like small changes to the timeline, and then Barry put everything back. In the comics, though, they turned it into a big world-ending event, like Barry changing time had caused a world where Bruce had died instead of Thomas and Martha. Thomas had actually gone on to become Batman, and Martha had become the Joker, although that was only really explored in a spin-off comic. It wasn't explored in the main series itself. Meanwhile, Aquaman and Wonder Woman had basically taken their respective kingdoms of Atlantis and Themyscira to war, and this war was basically on the verge of engulfing the entire planet. Superman's pod hadn't crash landed in rural Kansas, it had crash landed in Metropolis and killed thousands of people, and it was believed that Superman himself was dead. And Cyborg was one of the Earth's premier heroes. Now, Flashpoint isn't a great series. Its central narrative around the Flash works really well. So when it's working as a Flash story, it works pretty well. When it's working as a universe-wide alternate reality story, it falls apart a bit. And, you know, I get almost what they're trying to do with it, but for me, it doesn't work. And then when the universe goes back to normal, they use that as a way of kickstarting the New 52 publishing initiative. And New 52 was a bit of a mess. Like, there were a lot of good ideas, but so much of the execution on editorial's behalf was an absolute mess in terms of how it was executed, how it was communicated to the fans, what counts and what doesn't, that sort of thing. It was, yeah, not good. But Flashpoint itself, you know, the idea that they were going to use Flashpoint in any way to kind of reset the universe obviously got people talking, because then people were like, well, in the comic storyline, you know, you've got Aquaman and Wonder Woman at war, you've got Batman being played by Thomas Wayne. Oh, Thomas Wayne in Batman v Superman was Jeffrey Dean Morgan. He'd be a great Batman. You know, we could have him as older grizzled Batman, and it's like, oh, if we get him as older grizzled Batman, that also means we get the one who played Martha Wayne now, I've forgotten her name, who's also in The Walking Dead. I have to look it up. But yeah, they'll get her as the Joker, and it's like, she's not even in. Lauren Cohen, that was it. She's not even in the main Flashpoint series in the comic, so why would we get her as the Joker in the movie? And it's like, oh, clearly they always planned this. Clearly they always planned this. Why else would they cast such big name actors like Jeffrey Dean Morgan and Lauren Cohen as Thomas and Martha Wayne? You know, unless they would always been planning this. Clearly they were always planning to do Flashpoint. They were always going to do this. And it's like, why are you wanting so many other characters in a Flash movie? Like, the animated movies did this too. The animated movies did the Flashpoint adaptation. However, when they did it, they made the very correct move of calling it Justice League: The Flashpoint Paradox, thereby reframing the story as a Justice League story, thereby explaining why there's so many other characters in it. Same with the Flashpoint comic, where it's not called The Flash, it's called Flashpoint. It's an event. It's an event comic, right? This was still supposedly the Flash's movie. And, you know, people were talking about it like they wanted it to be this huge event. The best comparison I can think of is, hate to keep comparing what DC did wrong to what Marvel did right, but it's clear that that's what Warner Brothers was trying to do. They were trying to, make their own Marvel, their own MCU. Make mine Marvel, as the old saying goes. They were trying to make an MCU with DC characters, and it wasn't working. Now, if you look at Captain America Civil War as a really good counterpoint example, Captain America Civil War features a whole load of Avengers characters. It's about 12 main characters across the two teams, Team Cap and Team Iron Man. However, the focus is very clearly on, about half a dozen main characters, even when you've got big names like Spider-Man and Scarlet Witch and Vision and Hawkeye and Black Widow in there.
the focus is very much definitely on, Cap, Tony, Black Panther, Winter Soldier. Yes, there's other characters there, but they're not the focal point. Also, that's the third Captain America movie. And the 13th MCU movie overall. Flash at this point was planned to be like the 8th or 9th, or possibly even 10th DC movie, and it would have been the Flash's first movie ever. Why are we rushing into one of his most major storylines, but one of his major storylines that doesn't even really feature him as a main character? So yeah, while everyone was excited about what Flashpoint could be, a lot of fans were excited. I think this is the problem. A lot of fans get excited and get the idea in their head that it's going to be exactly like the comic book. But it will never be exactly like the comic book, because the comic book is a written and drawn piece of media. It has no budget. It has no limitation into the scope of what it can put in to a story. Films do. Films have to deal with things like budgets, costuming, visual effects, actor availability. There's a lot that plays a part in making a film. And as a result, no matter how ambitious the project might be, it's never going to look like the comic book. Again, to go back to Marvel, Infinity War and Endgame are nothing on the scale of the actual Infinity Gauntlet crossover in the comic books. Like, they don't even compare. However, for what they pull off in the movies, they are phenomenal. Like, I don't want to undercut that. They are phenomenal at doing what they do. But it's nothing compared to the comics. The same way that Secret Wars will be nothing compared to the Secret Wars comics, whether the 80s version or the 2015 version. Because it just can't be. It physically can't be without costing like $1 billion. It just can't. And all these actors having completely clear schedules. It's just not going to happen. So a Flashpoint movie will never look like the Flashpoint comic. And, even if it did, it would be Flash's, third, fourth appearance? Depending on whether you count his cameo in Crisis on Infinite Earths in the Arrowverse. Because that happened in 2020 as well. That was like early 2020, part 4 of Crisis, where you get this brief cameo of Ezra Miller's Flash meeting Grant Gustin's Flash, which I believe I talked about in the Arrowverse episode. Pretty good little cameo. But it's like, what is this? What is it doing? That's not adding anything to the universe. Like, Flash's only real appearances have been Batman v Superman, Suicide Squad, Justice League, and depending on whether or not you count Crisis or not. And of those ones that you have leading up to Flash, there's 3 films, 2 of them are cameo roles. So this is going to be Flash's second film in this universe, 10th film in the universe overall, and you're going to stuff it full of side characters to reboot the entire universe. That's a lot of pressure and takes away so much from what is the core narrative of Barry Allen and who Barry Allen is, who the Flash is, to introduce Flash to audiences. Independent of the TV shows, either the 90s one or the modern one, independent of the comic books. Because you've made it clear in the previous movies that we can't go into these with previous knowledge from the comics because so much has been contradicted. So you can't rely on the comics in this regard. So it has to be something completely new, completely different. But yeah, this was, to so many fans, this was the saving grace. This was the only way to save the DCEU. But other films were in production. Harley Quinn had evolved by this point into the Birds of Prey film, which has the subtitle Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn, which is a great title, very wordy, but it's absolutely great. And part of that is because Margot Robbie had the insistence of bringing on the Birds of Prey, which I like. Margot Robbie is clearly a fan of this body of work and of the character, and I'm here for that. And I like that the Birds of Prey characters like Black Canary and Huntress got a role in a film. And Renee Montoya. That's really good. Wonder Woman 1984 was also filming and was going through reshoots and was stuck in development. And then COVID hit. Like, Birds of Prey came out just before COVID really hit. And I like Birds of Prey. I think, again, got a lot of time for it. The trailer was really good. The film itself was really good. There's a lot of hilarious moments in it. And the way that the egg sandwich bit is shot, sublime. Absolutely sublime. From the scripting, the soundtrack, the shot composition, absolutely sublime. There is more chemistry between Harley Quinn and that egg sandwich than there is between Lois and Clark in two whole Superman movies in the early part of this DCEU. And I'm not joking. I'm really not. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, ladies, find you a man who looks at you the way that Harley Quinn looks at that egg sandwich. It's absolutely great. And it's a fun movie. It's a lot of fun, and Ewan McGregor kills it as the villain of Black Mask. He's clearly having so much fun. There's a real camaraderie between the women playing the Birds of Prey. There's Journey Smollett and as Black Canary. I've forgotten the others. I really need to do more scripting and more note taking. But yeah, and they did eventually retitle the film as Harley Quinn Birds of Prey. But I prefer the fact that it's the Birds of Prey film rather than the Harley Quinn film. Yeah, Mary Elizabeth Winstead as the Huntress, Journey Smollett Bell as Black Canary, and Rosie Perez as Renee Montoya. They are fantastic. Chris Messina as Zaz, a very different version of Zaz than the one in the comics, but again, a lot of fun. Ella J. Basco, again, as Cassandra Cain, a very, very different version of Cassandra Cain to the one in the comics, but again, very interesting. I do quite like that Jared Leto is not in this. Harley's just ditched him and moved on, and then she blows up Ace Chemicals in this amazing scene. And yeah, it's fun. There's so many fun bits in this movie. Like the bit where she snorts all the cocaine to have the fight in the police office. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, a lot of fun. But then COVID hit. And obviously, we've spoken before about how COVID affected all of the superhero stuff. And DC was no different. So, Warner Brothers, like everyone else, was quite badly hit with COVID, and the closure of cinemas and how that affected, what films could be shown. And obviously, this affected the DCEU just as much as it did any of their other properties. And in a similar way to Marvel, most films were initially delayed. It was a case of, well, this will all blow over eventually. Despite the fact it still arguably hasn't, COVID is still around and still killing people, but it's all blown over apparently. But yeah, the idea was that eventually things will get better, cinemas will be able to open, people will be able to gather out in public again, so we'll just release films when we can. However, Warner Brothers had obviously also recently been bought out by AT&T. and AT&T wanted to make money off of their acquisition. And one of the things they tried to prioritize as a result of this acquisition was HBO Max. And so eventually the decision was made, I think, as we hit the second or third lockdown. I can't remember how many America had. We had 3 over here in the UK. And there was the one early 2022. There was the one around not 2022. Early 2020. Then there was one. Was one around Christmas, wasn't there? I think. Yeah. The past few years have all kind of blurred together. It's really weird. It's only been a couple of years, but does it not just feel like it's been forever? But that's a completely different topic. But yeah, anyway, I believe they did try and release Tenet, which was Christopher Nolan's latest movie for them. And I believe they tried to release that into cinemas in between some of the lockdowns, like when cinemas were open. And it was kind of encouraging people to go to the cinema to watch it. And I think a lot of people... Well, some people did, but a lot of people didn't. Like, Tenet did not do very well. And it was kind of clear that cinemas weren't back yet. And so it was after that AT&T and Warner made the decision to release all of their upcoming movies, not just in cinema, but day and date on HBO Max for subscribers. Like, not even paying an extra fee like some of the modern ones do. Like, for example, Paramount Plus has, for example, some of its films up, but you can purchase them through Paramount Plus. They're not added to the service just yet. But this wasn't the case with these movies. The movies that were coming up, and it was a lot. It wasn't just the DCEU. There was also Mortal Kombat. There was Godzilla v Kong. June, I think, was one of them as well. And the idea was that all of these films would come out day and date in cinema, where available, and on HBO Max, because obviously when Tenet released, there were a lot of cinemas still closed up around, around America and around the world. So there was a lot of places that couldn't show it. And the idea was to try and make money. Now, Christopher Nolan was actually one of the people who was the most outspoken about this. And he said something quite scathing. He turned around and said that, the day before, a lot of filmmakers had thought they were working for one of the best movie studios in the world, only to wake up this morning and find they're actually working for one of the worst streaming companies in the world. And beautiful, just twist the knife in. And he's actually left Warner Brothers now. Like, he doesn't work with them. Like, what was his big recent film that's just come out? Oppenheimer. That was done with Universal, not Warner Brothers. So there is still the whole idea that, like, a successful film in the cinema does boost the other things around it. This is why you get tentpole releases, and because of how the cinema studio system works, then studios don't want to, like, they're in competition, but a rising tide lifts all boats kind of thing. So as much as some filmmakers and studios might complain about things like Marvel, every time Marvel has a big success, it makes things better for the rest of them. So, but yeah, so the decision was made to release movies day and date, HBO Max. And the big one that this affected, first of all, was Wonder Woman 1984. Now, 1984 had been upcoming for a while. It'd been delayed at least once pre-COVID, I think, and it was due out like sort of 2020. Then obviously it got delayed. It was due out like spring 2020. It got delayed because of COVID, and then I think it eventually came out sort of December 2020. Wonder Woman 1984 is a mixed bag of a movie. I don't think it's terrible by any means.
Returns. I actually quite like it a lot more than most other fans seem to. I'm a bit more forgiving of some of its flaws. Like, on its own, as a movie, it's not too terrible. The action sequences are pretty good. Character motivations are decent. I like that Wonder Woman manages to talk the main villain round. I think Pedro Pascal plays a really good Maxwell Lord. I kind of get what he's going for. I think is it Kristen Wiig is quite entertaining as Cheetah. Like, I like that they don't go for the full cheetah thing straight away. And even though her arc is something that's kind of been tried and true and tested before, in fact, in a lot of DC films, where we've seen the nerd go to a capable villain. Riddler did it, Electro did it, Catwoman did it. It's nothing new. But that said, the film does have some huge problems. Like, the way it treats Egypt especially is very problematic. The sort of body possessed Steve Trevor is bad, and there are a lot of, like, consent issues and things like that, shall we say, over the love scene that happens there. And, in terms of the wider DCEU, it does not mesh well with everything that's happened before at all. The idea that this big event happened at the height of the Cold War, and, the world nearly was brought to the brink of nuclear annihilation, and no one's commented on it at all. And, Wonder Woman was directly involved, but no, she's been hidden for the entire time. Oh, there's problems with it. I mean, saying that, I enjoyed it. I've not gone back and rewatched it. I've seen bits of it since, but not the whole. I haven't sat down and watched the whole film again since the first time. But I remember, when I turned it off the first time, thinking that was okay. I enjoyed it. It's quite bright and colourful. That really helps, and there's a lot of quite good comedy in it. The chemistry between Godot and Pine as Diana and Trevor, Diana and Steve, works really well. And there's a lot of quite good moments between them. So, yeah, there's a lot for me that works in it, but there's a lot that's bad. The trailer was good, and a lot of the flashback scenes on Themyscira were really good. But yeah, I think at this point, everyone kind of expected this to be the film that would kind of save the DCEU. And obviously it didn't. It was not very successful. The whole HBO Max day and date thing really didn't work in terms of the financial box office. I think it may have brought in some subscribers to HBO Max, but definitely not the numbers they were expecting. And obviously Warner Brothers would then be sold again by AT&T and change hands to Discovery. So all of these would, nothing worked in the long run in the way that they were expecting. So essentially now and Warner Brothers, Wonder Woman 84 as well had been this film that had been apparently delayed for reshoots and delayed to do things with it. But then when you watch it, in the same way as like New Mutants, which was also apparently delayed for reshoots, it doesn't feel like it's been changed at all. Like, there's nothing in it that feels like a reshoot. Everything feels like it was there originally. Like, even the more awkward stuff, the more problematic stuff. And I don't know what went wrong. I don't know if it was a scripting thing. Because Patty Jenkins was still involved, but she'd also made the decision for Wonder Woman to lose the sword, and there was a comment made, and I think it might have been Patty Jenkins that made it, that the sword was kind of phallic. So why has Diana got a sword? And it's like, because she's a warrior, And then there were also some things that just looked awkward. Like some of the CGI in the Egypt sequence was really awkward. There was the using the whip on lightning bolts to kind of like swing through the sky. That was really bizarre. Um, you know, yeah, there's issues with it. Um, you know, maybe I'm more negative on it than I thought when I think about it in retrospect. And then, of course, you know, the things like Cheetah got very negatively compared to things like Cats. I don't know if Cats came out afterwards or before or around the same time. Honestly can't remember. Missed that movie completely. But yeah, the kind of look of Cheetah um, was something that was quite derided. I didn't think it looked too bad. You know, there's only so many ways you can make a cat woman look convincing and real, so could have been a lot worse, as we saw with Cats. It could have been a lot worse. So yeah, Wonder Woman 83 was not 83, 84 was not the big success that I think DC really needed at this point. And while DCEU while the DCEU wasn't necessarily in a terrible place, it's clear that it wasn't the success that DC had been wanting for the entire time, and that it was not getting better. And you know, this brings us up to sort of like 2021, but by the time this is happening, and you know, Aquaman had been delayed. Flash is going through its third or fourth directing team at this point, directing and script team. Um, Green Lantern, we have no idea if that's even being made. Cyborg has apparently left. You know, Ray Fisher is completely on the outs with DC management. There's the growing campaign for the Snyder Cut to finally get released. You know, we've had the brief appearance of the Flash in the television crisis. There's talk of a new Batman movie with Robert Pattinson because Ben Affleck is out. Henry Cavill, no one knows if he's ever going to play Superman again. You know, and now Wonder Woman has not done particularly well, so it's a debate of, well, are we even going to get another Wonder Woman movie? And the only other film that was still on the docket that everyone knew was coming out besides The Flash at this point were Black Adam, which had been apparently in development hell for ages, and The Suicide Squad. That was it. No one knew what else was coming or when. So, you know, it's just a bit of a nightmare. Whole thing. And so this is where, you know, I mentioned the growing calls for the Snyder Cut. You know, there'd always been like an internet kind of movement for releasing the Snyder Cut. And it's kind of unclear just how much of it was a genuine desire to see the Snyder Cut and how much of it was you know, bot farming and you know, false narratives and you know, not to use the phrase, but fake news and things like that. And but it was clear that the release the Snyder Cut was a growing trending movement. The idea to let Zack Snyder finish his version of his film, because he'd been quite clear that the Justice League film that had been released had been heavily changed from what he'd made, and that apparently all the footage existed. Like, he was in the editing process when he had to step down, and it was only then that DC and Warner Brothers decided to change the film. So, you know, his film existed somewhere. It was done. It was complete. And so the plan was that he wanted to show it as well. Like, Zack Snyder himself had actually expressed interest in completing his version of the film at this point. Same with same with Ray Fisher as well, who'd been one of the most outspoken proponents, because obviously his character of Cyborg had been greatly changed, as he alleged, between the original Snyder cut and the released cut of Justice League. And so DC eventually agreed. Warner Brothers agreed. Walter Hamada agreed, and it was announced that Snyder Cut would be coming. So, like, Zack Snyder's Justice League would be coming, and it would be releasing exclusively on HBO Max. Again, as another thing to sort of drive the subscriber numbers. And it would be edited. Well, it was unclear whether it would be edited into a full film or edited down into a mini-series. It was kind of unclear which one they were going to go for. Eventually, they did go for, obviously, the full film, and it releases as like this 4-hour film. Now, what we got with the Snyder Cut was never what we were going to get. And obviously there's about half an hour of completely new footage at the end, like, that was actually completely new. Like, they brought back Ben Affleck, Henry Cavill, Ray Fisher, Ezra Miller, Amber Heard as well. That one was controversial because of everything that was going on at the time between her and Johnny Depp. And Jared Leto as the Joker, and brought them all back for the nightmare scene. So that rubbed quite a few people up the wrong way. I don't like the nightmare scene at the end of the movie. I don't think it adds to the movie. I think it detracts from the movie. I think it negates a lot of the theming and messaging of the actual Snyder Cut, like having the nightmare future still be there after they've saved the day. It seems to kind of go against Cyborg's warning earlier on, and the messaging of the movie. But there's a lot of good stuff in the Snyder Cut, like the way Flash saves the day. Cyborg's character arc is completely different, and I really like it. But there's also a lot that I was missing from the actual Justice League. Like the released version, like Flash's just save one Flash and Batman with their little just save one person. Batman and the Parademon on the rooftop, I did really like that, because that was actually kind of lifted from the modern comics. And then there were other bits that were changed as well, like, and the opening for Justice League as well, the which I thought was a Zack Snyder edition, but it turns out no, that must have been a Joss Whedon one. So I think I've covered these bits already, haven't I? Possibly. Am I repeating myself? I feel like I've talked about this before. But yeah, so that was the Snyder Cut. Meanwhile, we also got, and there were other bits as well. Like, the Snyder Cut would have apparently included Wayne Carr as Green Lantern, but then, like, they'd actually filmed it, but then at the final minute they changed it for the Martian Manhunter. I don't get why they did that. Just seems bizarre. I'd rather have seen Green Lantern. But not that any of it matters, because none of it's going to happen again. None of this is going to get a sequel. Like, it was even said after it released, like, Walter Hamada said, right, that's it, that's done, stop whinging. And they did then there was a whole, well, restore the Snyderverse, which I did a whole previous episode on. But yeah, then there was 2 other things coming, and this was James Gunn's first contributions to the DCEU, because essentially once James Gunn was fired from Marvel, due to sort of a right-wing hate campaign caused by, like, Trump supporters who were very unhappy with
James Gunn standing against their supreme leader. They arranged to get him fired from Disney, and obviously he got fired from Marvel. DC immediately snatched him up, asked him what he wanted to work on, and he asked to work on Suicide Squad. And we get the second Suicide Squad movie, which is just called The Suicide Squad. I think it's amazing. I think it's superior to the first one in every way. It's got a lot more fun characters. It's got some characters with actual powers, like Polka Dot Man and King Shark, who are so much fun. But then there's also, you've got Ratcatcher, you've got Bloodsport, you've got Peacemaker. Idris Elba and John Cena have great chemistry together and some great lines. Both of them are just fantastic actors. They're so much fun in this. Margot Robbie comes back, and it does kind of allude to her changes in Birds of Prey as well. Like she gets like a proper character arc in this, and some great action sequences. Because obviously Margot Robbie, she gives the stunt women a run for their money. She really does. Like some of the stunts you read she's done, and she's like, she did it herself. Like the bit where she picks the lock, apparently she did that herself. I was like, that's impressive. But yeah, it's a James Gunn film with the same sort of James Gunn flair. You've got the needle drops, but not in egregious ways. Like, and there's a lot more effort on the score. Like the actual score for the movie is really good as well. I think it's Tyler Bates doing the score. Who I think also worked with James Gunn on Guardians. So, and yeah, it's like the most famous needle drop I can think of is when Harley Quinn's breaking out, and it's "I ain't got no body," and it works really well. So yeah, the main focus of the movie doesn't really become apparent until right towards the end, which is the big battle against Starro. And Starro is just great. Seeing Starro on the big screen is something I've been kind of wanting from DC for a while. Because one reason why I really like the Aquaman movie is it was just comic book weirdness on the big screen. Just completely unapologetic. Like, The Suicide Squad, for me, feels like the most genuine comic book movie that I've seen since the first Avengers film. In terms of just, yes, this is exactly what I wanted when I started reading these things at 10 years old. When I started reading these comics as a kid, this is the exact sort of thing I wanted to see. Just a big budget movie giving me crazy weirdness and a third act that just goes completely balls to the wall and just goes nuts. And that's exactly what happens here. Like, Starro appears and the Suicide Squad take him down. Not big heroes like the Justice League, the Suicide Squad. And they've got like hardly any weapons, hardly any powers, but they're taking on this giant kaiju starfish. Love it. Absolutely love it. It's ridiculous and it's fun, and yeah, it just feels like one of the most pure comic book experiences. In just all the best ways. And then obviously that was followed by the Peacemaker series. Now, when they originally announced Peacemaker, I was really dubious about it because it's like, oh, John Cena as the Peacemaker is going to appear in Suicide Squad. He's also going to appear in the Peacemaker series. And at the time, the Suicide Squad hadn't come out, so we didn't know what it was going to look like. And they've done the same thing since with the Robert Pattinson Batman movie, where they've said, oh, we're going to do a Penguin spin-off series and we're going to do an Arkham Asylum spin-off series, although I'm not sure if the Arkham one's going forward anymore, and obviously Penguin got delayed because of the strikes. So, but it's like you're hedging a lot of bets here. You're saying that we're going to want a whole series of this character when we haven't even seen the character yet. And Peacemaker is not a big character. Like, the main thing I knew Peacemaker from the comics was the fact that he was the inspiration behind the character of the comedian in Watchmen. That's not a great starting point for a character. Fortunately, as I've already talked about, I was very, very wrong. Peacemaker is absolutely brilliant. It's one of my favorite additions to the DCEU. Like, by far, it's probably the best thing in the DCEU. And it's just fantastic. I saw someone say that, like, Marvel is really good at making you care about characters that you already know. Whereas DC is really good at making you care about characters you've never heard of. And based on the films, that's right. Like, I care more about some of the Marvel iterations of characters, things like Captain America, Rocket, Scarlet Witch in the MCU than I did in the comics. For the most part. Whereas DC, there are characters like Peacemaker who I've had like no interest in ever. But seeing that show, his character and his performance, John Cena's performance as the character as well, solidifies him as one of the best characters I've ever seen. Like, a character I really want to see more of. He's great. So much fun. And, I've already spoken about this in a previous review episode, so I'm not going to reiterate too many points, but Suicide Squad is great. It's a really, Suicide Squad's good as well, but the Peacemaker series is great. It's a really good exploration of this character, of everything around this character, his ideals, who he is, what made him who he is, his backstory. There's a lot of tragedy to it, a lot of pathos to it, and then it's thrown in with this really good adventure with a really good cast. And it works really well. So, yeah. But by the time Peacemaker came out, we were finally getting somewhere with the rest of the DCEU. Black Adam had been filmed, we'd had trailers out, it was on the way by the end of the year. We knew Shazam 2 was coming, and obviously that had been affected by the COVID delays, but it was still coming. And Flash had finally made its way out of development hell with its fourth creative team and was finally being filmed. It was going to bring back Ben Affleck. It was going to bring back Michael Keaton. It was going to bring in Sasha Calle of Supergirl. There was also talk about Henry Cavill coming back for Black Adam, and then obviously Flash was going to do the Flashpoint story and reset the universe. So how did that all work out? Well, before any of that could really come to pass, the Warner Brothers ended up getting sold again, this time to Discovery. So then you had David Zaslav take over as the head of Warner Brothers Discovery. Now, under HBO Max, AT&T had made a plan, and their plan was to look at 6 DC releases annually. And the idea was that 3 of them would be in the cinemas and 3 of them would be exclusive to HBO Max. As a result, several films had been moved into production, such as Leslie Grace's Batgirl, with Brendan Fraser as the main villain, The Firefly, which was also going to feature J.K. Simmons as Commissioner Gordon, reprising his role from Justice League. And apparently Batgirl was going to be set after The Flash as well, so it would also feature Michael Keaton as Batman, because Flash has a bit of a tumultuous history. There's a lot of rumours that suggest that a lot of things were changed during the development process before it finally released. So, I'll get to that in a bit. But Batgirl obviously went into development. Blue Beetle also went into development. That was originally planned as a streaming movie. However, Blue Beetle
they were quite positive about the script, and they decided to put more budget onto it and make it more of a cinematic film. Other HBO Max films hadn't really materialized. There was a discussion about doing a Black Canary based spin off featuring Jurnee Smollett reprising the role from Birds of Prey, presumably with the other Birds of Prey characters in like supporting roles there. But then obviously she went and got cast in Lovecraft Country, so that took her out, which delayed that for a bit, and then there was more COVID delays and other things like that. So that all kind of went to pot. That, and I don't think that ever actually started filming. There was talk of a lot of films. A lot of it wasn't concrete. There was some talk of some big cinematic projects as well, like I want to say Anna DuVernay was going to be working on a New Gods film at one point. And that all went to pot. Like, the New Gods are pretty interesting group of characters. Ava DuVernay, sorry, not Anna DuVernay. But yeah, she'd apparently come to DC with a pitch for a New Gods movie. Now, the New Gods had kind of been hinted in the Justice League Snyder Cut. And I think actually the Snyder Cut might have been one of the things that did it in. The whole, the idea of what the New Gods would have been. Like, I'm pretty sure Ava DuVernay left in 2021. Like, it hadn't even finished pre-production and it was cancelled. And it was around about the same time as the Snyder Cut came out. And obviously, that could have been an interesting film. There's a lot of great characters in the New Gods lineup. I'm a big fan of Mr. Miracle and Big Barda, but I know Orion tends to be more of the central character. And obviously, you can tie a lot of that into Wonder Woman and the Old Gods as well. Zeus, Hippolyta, things like that. So yeah, that all fell by the wayside. And yeah, obviously, when Zaslav came in as the new head of Warner Brothers Discovery, I say head of Warner Brothers Discovery. Is he actually head of the company, or is he like creative? I can't remember. But yeah, this is where you've seen the evolution of Warner Brothers into Warner Brothers Discovery. And one of the things that Warner Brothers Discovery has been doing is cutting projects. And obviously I've done a whole episode on this as well, mainly about how it relates to DC, but it's been a much wider thing. There's been a lot of projects that have been cancelled, or like outright cancelled in development, or shelved, or sometimes even fully filmed projects that have just disappeared. And Batgirl was unfortunately an example of that. And so far there's only like 2 or 3 full examples that are not getting released ever. The other big one is Scoob Holiday Haunt. There was going to be a Scooby-Doo and Crypto movie, but that's now actually being released. And there's also there was recently Coyote versus Acme, but that is now going to be shopped around and will hopefully get another release. But yeah, Batgirl was apparently testing pretty well, but and had been made relatively cheaply. It had been made for like 90 million, which, as big comic book movies go, is relatively cheap. Like, I think that still works out cheaper than like New Mutants, and it probably would have done at least as good as New Mutants, if not better, if they'd have released it to cinemas. Actually, no, it's probably a bad example. New Mutants was made for between 80 million at the top end, only made about 49.2. So Batgirl made for about 90 million. Easily would have made its money back. Batman tends to do a lot better anyway, but also it's Batgirl, and it had Brendan Fraser and Michael Keaton in it. Would have done well. But again, I've spoken about this before. So Batgirl was the first casualty. And it was the first sign that things were going wrong. And like all the other HBO movies all got shelved. And obviously, eventually, we soon found out about James Gunn coming in and the new plans going forward. And, James Gunn and Peter Safran working together as like the heads of DC Film. Peter Safran is a producer. He's actually worked on some of DC films already. I think he's quite closely linked to the Shazam series, by which I mean Shazam, Shazam Fury of the Gods, and Black Adam. Now, Black Adam and Shazam Fury of the Gods both released recently. And from the perspective of Black Adam, at least, Black Adam had been in not quite development hell, but it had taken a while to come to screens. Like, it had been a long time to get Black Adam out. But I mean, partly there was the huge thing of, DC approached The Rock quite early on. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. We still call him The Rock. The Rock's a character that he played. But yes, they approached Dwayne Johnson quite early on, interested in him playing Shazam or possibly Black Adam, and they wanted him to kind of choose which one he wanted to play. He eventually settled on playing Black Adam, but then it was revealed recently as well that apparently he didn't want to just be the villain in the first movie. Like, that was how they originally marketed it. They originally marketed that he would play Black Adam as the villain in the Shazam movie. Like, back when they did their first big announcement, just before Batman v Superman came out. That was what their plan was. But that plan got abandoned because it's like, well, he's not playing Black Adam in Shazam. We're going to debut him and do a Black Adam film. And that's like, okay. And then Shazam came out. And we were still waiting for Black Adam for a while. Like, Shazam had come out and wait a bit more, wait a bit more. Oh, it's still being in development. Get to DC Fandom. It's like, oh, might we get a trailer? No, we get some concept art. It took so long for this film to be made. And having seen it, I'm not sure why. It's Black Adam, I don't think is good. I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's good. Like, you can have fun with it, but there's definitely plot elements that, like, it's a solid, like, 6 out of 10 B- movie. It's not bad, but it's not great. I don't know. I think Black Adam is one of those films that I think if it was its own standalone property, I'd probably be a bit more favourable to it than I am as part of the DCEU. And that's because as part of the DCEU, a lot of the kind of themes that the movie is going for, and it tackles some very interesting themes at certain points. There's like elements of like foreign intervention and things like that, and a lot of it actually gets called out, like the American intervention in Kandahar. Kandahar's something else. The Justice Society's intervention in Kandak gets called out by characters in Kandak, including Black Adam. And it's like, all that stuff works really well. Like, it's actually tackling some political issues and not kind of just raising them and then skirting around them as like the MCU tends to do. Like, I like some of the political stories that the MCU is trying to tell with things like the Winter Soldier and Civil War, but they really kind of fumble the ball. Like Winter Soldier, for example, there's a really good scene where they show the helicarriers, and then Captain America has this discussion with Nick Fury about what it all means and whether it's, you know, actively protection or if it's like it's just fear mongering, if it's just trying to keep the populace kind of under a gun. And that goes nowhere because at the end, the Project Insight is all revealed to be Hydra anyway. So it was all Nazis. We didn't need to worry. But it's like, that's an actual discussion you could have about some security measures, like things like the Patriot Act. You could have that discussion about things like that. But Marvel kind of raises it and raises the allegories to it, but then sidesteps it and does so it doesn't have to confront it. Falcon and the Winter Soldier was really bad for this. Whereas Black Adam is at least making an attempt. I don't think it comes to a satisfying conclusion, but it's at least it's not just like one scene. Like, this is something that's raised and it's held forefront, and they kind of hold a mirror to it and point out, like, this is wrong quite a lot. And that stuff all works for me. What doesn't work for me is the bits that tie into the DCEU. For example, the Justice Society. The Justice Society appear from nowhere. And they're this clearly long and storied organization that Amanda Waller knows about and has worked with in the past. Like, because Amanda Waller, like, gets them to go to Kahndaq. But it's like, Kahndaq's been dealing with its own stuff for ages because they've been invaded by, like, Intergang. And Intergang has had, like, control of Kahndaq for ages. But it's only now that there's a superpowered being involved and there's, like, you know, all this other stuff going on that Waller decides to get involved. Like, Intergang have really advanced technology, but it's only now there's a superpowered being that Waller wants to get involved, and it's purely to control Kahndaq. She's not trying to save them from Intergang. She just wants to control the superhuman in Black Adam so that the people of Kahndaq can't use him against them. And it's a real sort of, you know, American foreign politics, foreign intervention. It's really on the nose. But, like I said, that bit's great. But the Justice Society themselves, they're supposed to be this long and storied organization that Waller knows about and has never used. Like, she decided to form the Suicide Squad rather than call the Justice League, the Justice Society, to help her deal with the Enchantress, for example. She decided to send a load of dudes with guns rather than contact Dr. Fate or Hawkman, both of whom she clearly knows. And this is, they hint that they've got other members that we don't see. We only see 4 of them in this: Hawkman, Dr. Fate, who both have this long history together, and then Cyclone and Atom Smasher, who are clearly like the new kids on the team. But Atom Smasher's father is also mentioned as a previous member of the team, and he had the same powers. And yet, like I said, they've never been seen before. You know, we've had how many movies in the DCEU at this point, and no other superheroes? And I'm not against the idea of introducing a plot element like that. Like, the MCU did it with the Eternals, so it can work. But with the Eternals, they explained why we haven't seen them. You know? And I think, you know, and it's because, like, they disappeared back in, like, 500 years ago. They all kind of disappeared into humanity. So we haven't seen them since then. You know, and even then, their job wasn't to save us anyway. Their job is to protect us from the deviants. There's nothing here with the Justice Society that explains where they've been. And then you get to the whole argument that they have with Black Adam, where it's like, our heroes shouldn't kill people, which I agree with. I think that's a really good argument, except for the fact that Black Adam then turns around and goes, but I do, which is fine, but that doesn't make him any different from anyone else, any other hero in the DCEU, really. Like, Batman has killed, Superman killed Zod in, like, his first film, and has probably casually killed several other people while fighting Zod. In fact, he did. It was revealed in Batman v Superman. There's a whole chunk of Batman v Superman devoted to the fact that Superman has killed people. I know he was getting framed for more murder, but there's plenty of others that he was actively responsible for, right? Wonder Woman killed people, runs around with a sword killing people. Aquaman's probably killed a bunch of people. It's... They're trying to, like, sort of argue a point that doesn't really exist in the DCU. Doesn't really exist in films in general. Like, the Avengers kill people in their movies. It's not really a plot point that needs to be argued, because it shouldn't be a plot point that's there. I mean, the film's pretty good. As much as I'm ragging on certain parts of it, it is good. Like I said, it's let down by its connections to the DCEU, which I think make it worse. Because the actual core stuff here is really good. If this was a film in isolation, it would work quite well. Until the third act. Third act is a bit of a mess. But everything up until then, characters are really well defined. There's a lot of great chemistry between some of the leads. Black Adam and Hawkman have this really good rivalry straight away. The supporting characters that Black Adam has with him, he's got some really good camaraderie there. There's some really good exploration of Kandak. Atom Smasher and Cyclone have some great chemistry, and they're kind of set up as, like, newbies on the team, and also kind of romantically inclined towards each other. Like, they'd be great to see more of. They were a lot of fun. Their powers were a lot of fun. Cyclones especially were really fun to look at. There's one really irritating needle drop that, like, just took me out of the movie, because, like, there's an early action sequence after Black Adam's woken up, and he starts attacking Intergang, and there's this really rousing score, and then they do this slow motion scene where he takes out a whole load of Intergang soldiers and vehicles to Paint It Black by the Rolling Stones. And I like that song, but it's a really on the nose one, and I don't think it was a better choice than the actual score, which was the problem. But it's good. And Black Adam's got some really good character development. Like, there's some stuff in his history that he's kind of vague about, and then when that all comes out and it gets explored, that's really interesting. So yeah, on the whole, kind of liked it. Made worse by how it connects to the DCEU. And then that was followed up by Shazam! Fury of the Gods, which Peter Safran also worked on. Shazam! Fury of the Gods, I really like the first Shazam movie. Really like it. Fury of the Gods is not a bad movie in and of itself. What hurts it, I think, is the fact that it's been so long since the first one. Because, I mean, the first film was what, 2018? Was it 2018? Might have even been 2019, the first Shazam. And yeah, 2019 for the first Shazam, 2023 for Fury of the Gods. And I get the feeling that the delay was entirely down to COVID. Simply because, for the most part, these actors are quite young. I mean, Zachary Levi isn't. In fact, he's kind of got the boot black in his hair to make himself appear younger. And Zachary Levi, during the pandemic, revealed himself to be quite problematic as well, with some certain things, certain opinions he has, which, some of the things that I've seen have left quite a distaste in my mouth about him. But Shazam! Fury of the Gods isn't bad, and actually addresses quite a lot that was left over from the first film. For example, why does a character who has the wisdom of Solomon be such a dumbass? Because Shazam is a dumbass. But it's like, oh, it makes sense because his wisdom isn't his brain, his wisdom is his heart. And it's like they kind of tackle that and explore it. And I'm like, okay, that kind of works. I'm not going to lie. The villains in it are pretty good. It's Helen Mirren, Lucy Liu as the two main villainesses. There's one other one, but I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen the movie because I actually think it's worth watching. But what really works for this, I think, is a lot of the character stuff, mainly between the family. Like, Darla, once again, is the best character in both versions, like her superpowered version and her child version. But the actual family themselves, like Pedro and Eugene, again, are really underutilized. But Pedro gets like a significant moment at one point, which is quite nice. And Eugene has his own ways that he can contribute as well. There's some great moments with the parents, Jim and Rosa. And Mary is now playing both the superpowered version of herself and her younger version because she's now old enough that she can, I suppose. Which is pretty cool because it gives her more screen time. And because, I like Mary. She was... The actress playing Mary is one of the better aspects of these films. She's Grace Caroline Curry. But yeah, she's just really nice. She's got a lot of screen presence. She plays the character really well. In a very realistic way. And it works in this because I think she's got good chemistry, not just with the kids, but also with Zachary Levi as Shazam. The only issue is, again, it does feel like Zachary Levi and Asher Angel, is it, who plays Billy Batson, are both doing almost different characters at certain points, but yeah, it's good. There's a lot of good ties to the first one. The biggest problems, like I said, is it feels like it's a film that was delayed quite heavily by COVID because they couldn't start filming it because of the COVID pandemic. And as a result, this young family of like mostly kids has grown up. They have aged quite a lot in the intervening 4 years between filming the two movies, 3 to 4 years between filming. And it shows in the final product. And that's a shame because the product is good. Like, again, not amazing. I don't think it's as good as the first one, but it is still pretty good. I enjoyed it. I didn't hate it. I didn't have many problems with it, to be fair. I remember watching the trailers and thinking this looks really boring and kind of dull. Like, they did. I don't think they marketed this one. The marketing for this one did it any favors because I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would based on how the marketing for it was. Although, mind you, thinking about that, that's probably the same with the first film, I think. The first film had slightly better marketing. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on, but it's all character arcs that fit from the first movie. And I think if you were to watch the two in a double bill, they'd work better than being separated like they are. There's also a nice little cameo from Michael Gray, who played Billy Batson in the original Captain Marvel series. So that's pretty cool. It's like the Linda Carter cameo in Wonder Woman 84, where I'm like, oh, that's nice. Especially because I recognized him, and he's in the red and yellow. It was quite cool. And he actually calls Shazam Captain Marvel. But yeah, it's quite fun, and the family is the selling point for this. Like, I'd watch more shorts or a series or something of just the family. Like, they don't even have to be doing superpowered nonsense. Just have them walk out and say Shazam. Just show us them in school. I think that would have been really good if there'd have been, just some shorts or something in the intervening years to give us more of these characters. I know that stuff's harder to do, but yeah, it could have been a lot of fun. And this one also features Gal Gadot, reprising her role as Wonder Woman, but it seems like such a forced shoeing cameo. Like, I would not be surprised if she was filmed entirely on green screen and just inserted in because they didn't know whether they could get her or not. Like, it just feels awkward, which is a real shame. Because I'm like, what are you doing? And then that's not even talking about the really bad Henry Cavill cameo in Black Adam, which I've skipped over completely. They brought in Henry Cavill for a post-credit sequence for like a 10-second shot of Superman, and like for the first 5 seconds he's in shadow. When he does step out, he does have the spit curl, which I thought was pretty cool, and its costume's bright, like you can actually see color because they haven't got a horrible filter over it. Like Black Adam, the colors really pop, which is ironic considering the title is Black Adam. But yeah, what was it? Yeah, Henry Cavill's return, his big return, which was overhyped and spoiled by Dwayne Johnson in the run up to the movie actually coming out, literally only happens because The Rock's agent is Henry Cavill's wife or something like that. Like, they're connected in a way that it's like they both share a publicist or they both share an agent or something like that. And they basically approached each other that way to get it done. And then DC and, well, Warner Brothers Discovery, let's be honest, it wasn't DC, just kind of shat all over it when they turned around and said, oh yeah, but Henry Cavill's not coming back as Superman. He's not going to be Superman full time, which annoyed Dwayne Johnson so much that he turned around and left. And like, the whole hierarchy of power in the DC universe is going to change. No, because he's gone. So we're not getting Black Adam again either. Oh, nightmare. So, Flash. I think after so many critical and commercial failures, it was fairly obvious that DC was looking to do like some sort of big reboot. And it had been long rumored that this is what the Flash movie was going to be. Like, in the time since it had originally been announced, the Flash movie had gone through something like 4 directors, 5 scripts, several rounds of reshoots, and the entire Flash Arrowverse TV series. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, the first episode of The Flash came out like a day before DC's big announcement back in the day. Like, I think it was the night before. Flash season 9 aired its final episode like a month or so before Flash came out in cinemas. It's that bad. Like, The Flash movie went from being a solo Flash film to, at one point, it was discussed that Cyborg would be in it as well, like as a main supporting player. Then the idea of it being the multiverse reboot came out, and a whole idea of doing Flashpoint. There was discussion of, like, it was announced quite early on that it was going to, like, quite early on, once it actually started development, like proper pre-production, I should say, because it's like I said, this thing was in development for a long time, going through lots of different hands. But once Andy Muschietti came aboard and he was sort of set as the director, that was when it really started to kind of come together. And it's at this point that we really started to get more concrete details on the film. And obviously there were a lot of rumours and leaks as well, because this thing went through a lot of test screenings. Like, part of the reason why Flash was kept when Batgirl was dropped is because apparently this film was testing really well. Having watched it, I have no idea who they were testing it on. But yeah, I'll get to all that. I will get to all that. So first of all, they announced that not only would Ezra Miller be returning and playing the Flash, but also Ezra Miller would be returning and playing as the Flash. Ben Affleck would be playing Batman, and Michael Keaton would also be returning and playing Batman. It was then rumored that we were going to get Henry Cavill back as Superman, that we would get Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, that we might get some other characters as well. It was obviously announced that we were going to get Sasha Calle as Supergirl. Like, that was announced at some point. And then, the details started to leak, and it was very much clear that we were going to do the Flashpoint story. So obviously, for those who aren't aware, in Flashpoint is a comic book event. It's the one that led into the New 52, which I spoke about in a previous episode. There's a lot of callbacks to previous DC episodes in here. So in the original Flashpoint comic, in a previous Flash issue, Barry has found out that his mother, who has been dead for much of his childhood, and was murdered by his nemesis, the Reverse Flash. And this leads to him going back in time to try and undo her murder, because his father has also been blamed for the murder, and he's been in prison for most of Barry's childhood. So, and this plot was also used in the Flash TV show as well. Like, it was a relatively recent addition in the comics at the time. Like, Barry's parents, like, his father had been in prison, and his actually might even have been a retcon. Thinking about it, might even have been one of those Jeff Jones retcons that came out with Flash Rebirth. I honestly can't remember. But yeah, and Barry goes back in time to bring his mother back. In so doing, he changes the timeline and fractures it completely, both up and down the timeline. So now Superman didn't crash in Kansas. Like, his pod didn't arrive in Kansas. His pod instead arrived in the middle of Metropolis, killed hundreds of people when it landed. As a result, Superman is now locked away in a government facility, like government equivalent like Area 51. Locked away. Batman didn't lose his parents. But the Waynes were still ambushed outside the theatre in Crime Alley, except this time Joe Chill gets challenged by Thomas Wayne. Like, Thomas Wayne goes to punch him. Joe Chill's shot goes wild, kills Bruce. kills Bruce. So Thomas now becomes Batman. Martha Wayne ends up becoming the Joker. Right? Brilliant twist. The Justice League, as you can imagine, never really forms. Wonder Woman and Aquaman. Wonder Woman is still in Themyscira. Aquaman is still in Atlantis. There was also discussion about how like Cyborg is one of the key heroes in all this. And throughout the run of the comics, like it's a big comic event. Like it's a Flash story that then spun into a big event. So they had to make it much bigger and much more dramatic. So like Wonder Woman and Aquaman are at war. And like so Themyscira has kind of taken over Europe. And like the Amazons have kind of taken over Europe and they're fighting Atlantis, and the war is kind of spilling out. It's going to destroy everyone, that kind of thing. So Flash arrives in this timeline, ends up seeking help from Batman to try and put things back because obviously the world is going crazy. He wants to, he has no powers, first of all, so he tries to get his powers back. Learns that Batman is actually Thomas. Teams up with Cyborg, they go and rescue Superman, and all kind of comes together in a final end. There was an animated movie called The Flashpoint Paradox, which is a pretty good adaptation of the original comic work. I do recommend it. The story itself, though, is not great. There's a lot of death in it. It's quite a dark story. There's a lot of some quite depressing stuff, really. But a lot of the good moments in it come from the relationship between Flash and the Reverse Flash. I actually think that the Flash TV series did a relatively good adaptation of Flashpoint by basically narrowing in on the family stuff and not letting itself get distracted by all the world-ending stuff around it. And they kind of did it in a single episode, which worked really well for me, except that when Barry put the timeline back to normal, again, there were still things changed. And I think they did that quite well. That was the third season opener. This one, though, oh dear. Right. In the film, like, from the moment it became clear they were doing Flashpoint, like, there was a lot of excitement because obviously we'd had things like in Batman v Superman, we had Lauren Cohen and Jeffrey Dean Morgan cast as Martha and, well, Thomas and Martha Wayne. And it's like, those are two big name actors and quite hot properties because they were both on The Walking Dead. And it's like, could we be getting a Flashpoint movie and have them return as Batman and the Joker? Despite the fact the Martha Wayne version of the Joker isn't even in the main Flashpoint series at all. Like, all of her stuff is in a self-contained mini-series. And even the animated movie just basically gives you the flashback where she ends up with the bloody smile. But it's like, it's the flashback where Bruce is dying, where we reveal this Batman's origin. We don't really see her as the Joker. We just get like a visual allude to the fact that she's going to become the Joker, because that's all you need. But then, of course, they announced that Michael Keaton was going to be in it, and a lot of people suspected, quite rightly, that it's like, oh, okay, so we're going to get the Flashpoint, but Michael Keaton's going to be the old Batman, not Thomas Wayne. And it's like, okay, well, that makes sense. That's a good way of doing it, having it be a different Batman. And for anyone who is active on Reddit, or who pays attention to a lot of rumors, there were rumors about all these different endings that existed for this movie. Like, this movie went through rounds of reshoots, but it seems that not reshoots, but like edits, and it seems that the edits seem to have been done to alter the cameos of who was going to be in this movie. And I'll get to the actual cameos they decided to use in a minute, but it's like, at one point, this was clearly setting up like the next phase of the DCEU, where they were going to like rewrite everything and then presumably lead up to like Crisis on Infinite Earths. Because the rumored ending for this would be that in this new timeline, where he goes and, Superman is now Supergirl and Batman is now Michael Keaton, because obviously Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck don't want to come back. He eventually solves everything and puts the timeline back together, back to normal. Except now he teams up with the Justice League at the end, and it's Wonder Woman, same as normal, Michael Keaton's Batman, and Sasha Calle's Supergirl, as opposed to Henry Cavill's Superman and Ben Affleck's Batman. And then at the end of the film, there was going to be a post-credit sequence, apparently, where we would get like an equivalent of like the nightmare scene from Batman v Superman, except this time it's Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne reaching out to Barry saying, "Come and find us." And then obviously that would have built the momentum up to a potential Crisis on Infinite Earths, where they would have done the multiverse stuff, maybe brought in other Batman, the Robert Pattinson Batman, which had obviously done quite well, and other things like that. And this could have been an interesting plot. Not the ending they decided to go with, but it seems that the ending they decided to go with is kind of an ending as a result of them deciding not to use that ending anymore, to just purely tie a bow under it and just be like, yeah, we're done. So yeah, I'll get to that in a second. The movie itself is very muddled. It's long. There's a lot going on. Not overly long, but it is stuffed. And it's stuffed with a lot of scene to scene to scene to scene to scene that don't necessarily fit a story, fit a narrative structure. Like, one of the large parts of all this is so that Barry gets his mother back. There's very little done with that. There is quite a nice allusion to the fact that when he breaks time, he also breaks pop culture, which I quite like. Like, apparently Eric Stoltz is now the lead actor in Back to the Future. And there were a couple of other references that they made where it's like pop culture is broken, like different actors are in different movies and things like that. That was quite cool. Did like that. But, in this world, Supergirl landed in Russia. So she's in a Russian gulag. They have to go and save her. They team up with Batman to do it. There's two versions of Barry. There's like a younger version and our Barry. And the younger version is way more annoying, but I don't think real Barry is particularly enjoyable either. Barry is actually quite insufferable, which is a shame because he's one of the bits I like the most about Justice League. But in this, yeah, I do not like him. He's just a bit insufferable. He moans an awful lot. And he seems resentful at having to help. Like, there's this big action sequence earlier on where it's like Batman's off chasing down the bad guy who's just robbed a hospital, so Flash has to kind of save the hospital, and he seems really resentful about doing it. And they introduced this whole gimmick where it's like he's losing energy because he's not eating, but then that never comes up again, despite being quite clearly established in this opening sequence. And the whole scene is full of terrible CGI. Like, how does the running in the Flash movie look worse than the running in the Flash TV show, when the Flash TV show had like a tenth of the budget? It boggles my mind. That and Batman, the scenes with Batman, well, Ben Affleck's Batman are not great either. Like, he's not heroic. He's chasing down the bad guys, but like, loads of people just loads of other cars just get casually destroyed. Like, there's a lot of dead people. Batman's making no effort to try and really stop them until after a load of other people have been killed, which irritates the hell out of me. It's like, Batman's not being heroic, he's being very single-minded. Which I don't like, and they're only kind of helped because Wonder Woman arrives. And Wonder Woman, thank God she doesn't have her theme music here, because that becomes really egregious in Shazam. Like when she appears in Shazam, there's quite a nice moment in the score, and then she appears, and suddenly there's this blaring Wonder Woman music. Which, yes, it's an iconic theme song, but we don't need to hear it every time she's on screen. But yeah, neither Bruce or Barry look good in this, I don't think. And then we get second Barry, who's worse. Fortunately, the second Bruce is a lot better, although a lot of his dialogue really just seems to be, oh, they got him to say that classic line from one of his original Batman movies just so we could put it in the trailer. Like, it doesn't feel natural at all. Fortunately, Sasha Calais, as Supergirl, is wonderful. She's lovely. She's got some really good screen presence. I'm not so sure about the costume. Like the top half of the costume with all the red, love it. The bottom half of the costume where it's just all blue into like these feety pajamas and has like no defined boots or belt or midriff or anything to kind of visually make it more visually distinct. Not so keen on that, but the cape and the top half, love it. But yeah, it's the feety pajamas. They don't work for me. Like there was a shot of to pay true to some of the rumors. One of the first release shots of Sasha Calais, I don't know. One of the first release shots of Sasha Calais in this suit was outside a courtroom. Well, outside a government-looking building with like pillars behind her, which looks very similar to the courtroom in the end of the movie. So, yeah, clearly the whole rumors of like she was supposed to be in the ending in like the main DC universe makes sense, and I really hope she comes back and gets used somewhere because I quite like her in this. And I'd be interested to see what a main timeline version of her is like, because she is a very dark character in the altered universe, but it's by design because of everything she's gone through. Like, she's spent her time being tortured. So when she's unleashed and gets the sunlight and becomes healthy, obviously she like decimates the group of Russian soldiers. She's sending them flying. Those dudes is dead. But it makes perfect sense with everything she's gone through. Yeah, that all works quite well. One thing that doesn't work is the villain. Like, Zod is kind of set up as the villain. Like, we've ended up with a time travel thing, so Flash is stuck back in 2013. That's why there's two versions of Barry. Um, and we reveal that 2013 is where he got his powers, so they have to recreate that accident, but in so doing, um, the older Barry loses his powers, so then has to do the whole thing from the comic of getting them back as well, which just seems unnecessary. Seems like a bit of plot filler. I'm not sure. But it's like the villain of the film is Zod, because we've time traveled back. Zod isn't really explored or developed here to be set up properly as a villain. He's just, there's a lot of assumed knowledge from his role in Man of Steel. If you haven't seen Man of Steel, you've got no clear idea who Zod is, what his motivations are, anything. He's just here. It means nothing. Like, he's clearly set up as an antagonist for them to fight that leads into the big CGI heavy final battle with, again, really ropey special effects. I think this is just a sign that people are overworked. Like, what part of the reason this film was delayed was apparently the CGI needed tightening up. But again, the rumors were saying, like, people who had gone to test screenings were saying, yeah, the CGI hasn't changed. And it's like, And that's without getting into the really bizarre CGI. Like the fake digital babies in the hospital rescue scene, they're not great. The dog over the credits is quite cool. But the main babies, they're not great. The CGI cameos, however, are awful. Like even not just visually, but like on the level of how they're being used, some of them are repugnant. I do quite like the visual mechanic they're using for the time travel, where it's like you're in the sands and you can run in the middle, and then you'll see like an orb around you of your memories, with like the most recent one going out in the rings, then spreading out towards more distant ones, and as you keep running, they'll kind of wind in. I do kind of like that. I think it works quite well. Then they go for that orb look for the other timelines. And through these other timelines, we see other versions of Superman and the Flash, specifically Superman and the Flash and Batman. But when I say we see alternate versions of the Flash, we see one. And it's a Jay Garrick looking Flash. It looks remarkably like Teddy Sears from the Arrowverse, but who wasn't even playing Flash. He was playing the time cloned copy of Zoom, who assumed the role of Jay Garrick. But we don't see Grant Gustin's Flash. We don't see John Wesley Shipp's Flash. We do get a vocal cameo from Cesar Romero's Joker and Adam West's Batman. We get a horrifying CGI puppet of George Reeves, which is very despicable if you know anything about the man, and how much he struggled after only being associated with Superman off the back of those serials. To the point Ben Affleck even did a movie about it. We get to see Christopher Reeve and Helen Slater. That one's quite cool, because I don't think they really share the screen like that as in costume. But again, it's these weird CGI puppets, which is just no, don't like that. We get a bizarre scene with Nicolas Cage as Superman. Now, Nicolas Cage was supposed to be Superman in The Death of Superman, I believe it was going to be. And it was going to be a film that came out. Kevin Smith was involved in the production at one point. I think Tim Burton was involved in the production as well. And it was basically, as people would expect, going to adapt the Death of Superman story, which, the DCEU bungled on its own. Now, the movie was never made. There was a test shot of Nicolas Cage in the costume that was planned for the movie, but the movie never progressed past pre-production, so it was never made. And, that's sad in and of itself, but it means that this cameo references nothing. This cameo references, if anything, one particular comedy stand-up special done by Kevin Smith, where he tells the story of this movie, of his time working on the movie, and specifically the fact that the director wanted to include a giant spider for Superman to fight against, because that's what Superman's doing here. He's fighting against a giant spider. This is not even a reference to anything. It is a non-reference that hardly anyone will get or understand. So I don't understand why it's here in the first place. Add to that, again, Nicolas Cage, like Teddy Sears, doesn't actually appear here. If he is being used and his likeness is being used, it's not being done. It doesn't seem to be being done without their knowledge and definitely without their involvement, which means that the same is probably also true for Helen Slater, Christopher Reeve, and definitely George Reeves. So I do. This is like macabre puppetry, and it's so egregious. And the worst bit is, I've spent this long talking about it, and it's literally a couple of minutes of the movie. It's terrible. It's that is how bad it is. It overshadows so much of the movie. And I get what they were trying to go for. They were trying to go for these these nice, cute cameos, but I don't think it works at all. I really don't. And it's so bad here. And it's used to try and sort of show that what the Flashes are doing, what the two Barrys are doing, is breaking time and it's affecting the whole multiverse, and so they have to stop what they're doing. And this is where you get the fight scene, and you see the dark creature that stopped Barry earlier and pushed him out of time, so he landed in 2013. That creature now comes back, and it's revealed that that is actually Dark Barry. That is actually like the Barry 2, the Barry from the 2013 timeline, who has continually been going back and getting more and more wounded. He's ended up with like Kryptonian bits sticking out of his armor, and it's implied that this is him he's gonna carry on doing this. He's gonna carry on, keep trying to save Superman and Batman, Supergirl and Batman, and he's never going to win, never going to make it. They're always going to die, and then the Dark Barry tries to kill the original Barry, and then the second Barry jumps in the way and he gets killed instead, which creates a paradox and then removes both of them from the timeline and sort of settles the whole argument of whether Barry should go back and actually let their mum die. And then you get the scene where Barry does. He goes and he takes the tomatoes back out of the cans so that she still gets murdered later on. And there's quite a touching moment between them, but I think that also shows just how misguided this movie is, in that it's a touching moment, but it doesn't feel earned because we don't really see much of Barry and his mother in this movie. So when he gets her back, we get like one scene. We don't really see how it's affecting him, how his life has changed now that she's here. And this is something that the Flash TV series managed to do, and the animated special managed to do, and even the comic managed to do. As ridiculous as the Flashpoint comic gets at some point, they all tapped in on this, and they made it so that the relationship change between Barry and his mother makes part of the story, and it just doesn't here, and it just feels flat and unearned. And there's some good moments in the score. Like, I don't know who's doing the score in this, but they're doing a good job. Except for, oh my god, except for how many times the freaking Danny Elfman theme for Batman comes in. Like, and it doesn't feel like it fits. Like, it comes in during the battles against the Kryptonians, and it's like, as well as a couple of needle drops, which are also really annoying. But it's like, that particular... Yeah, Benjamin Wallfish did the score, who worked with Andrew Muschietti on It, so... and also scored Shazam. So he's not a bad... I think he also worked on Mortal Kombat 2021. So he's not a bad artist, but it's like the heavy reliance on the Danny Elfman score just detracts from
anything else he might be trying to do, to the point that it just feels egregious. And the Danny Elfman Batman theme tune is quite a bombastic theme tune, and it feels almost quite triumphant because of its, the way the orchestration is. So using it here in a scene that is quite defeatist actually undercuts the tone they're going for. Yeah, I really, really struggled with this, and I kind of didn't want to. There were things I liked in this movie. It's not that it's completely awful, because it's not. There are things in it that are, worth watching, worth enjoying, but not as many of them as you think. And the bad here is so bad that it just completely overshadows it. And I really don't think they should have released it. I think the only reason they did is because they put so much money on it. But then this film went on to become this huge financial loss. Like, the estimate is that something like Flash has lost something like 250 million for Warner Brothers Warner Brothers Discovery. That's how much they've lost. This has been one of the biggest flops ever, and definitely like the biggest flop this year. It's just insane. So I really don't understand. It's like all this praise that we got for it pre-release, coming from James Gunn, coming from Peter Safran, coming from all these celebrities who had clearly been given like early access to it. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure some of them really did like it. But some of it now, going back and having seen the movie, not just from my own opinion, but from a lot of the audience opinion, seems to just be puff pieces. People bigging this thing up to make it something special so that it did succeed. And it all clearly backfired. This film was overall rejected by audiences. And I've seen some quite interesting takes, like this film tries to give a message that basically says that Flash shouldn't have tried to change the past. That, like, Bruce is actually right by telling Barry not to bother, which is a really defeatist message to give to Gen Z. It's like, oh, the billionaire is right, screw your dreams, kids. Screw trying to make things better. You'll just make it worse. Exist with the status quo and deal with what you've got. That's a really negative message, and a message that also clashes quite well with the similar themes but completely opposite message in Across the Spider-Verse, which I've seen contrasted by Movie Bob on YouTube. Movie Bob's kind of a controversial figure for a lot of his takes on Twitter, but I do agree with a lot of his I do respect him as a film critic, and I do agree with quite a lot of his takes. Not all of them, but I do find that as a movie critic, he's someone I can rely on because I have a lot of similar thoughts to him on a lot of the movies that he sees. So if he gives a movie a positive review, I'm more willing to go and see it. Because, yeah, you can respect someone as a critic without necessarily respecting them for everything about themselves. Same way you can respect someone as creative without necessarily respecting everything about them. Like, I can like, for example, a lot of Joss Whedon's work while also finding him quite reprehensible. Same way I can like Shazam while also not agreeing with a lot of things that Zachary Levi says or does. It's and with Ezra Miller in this, another very controversial figure. But yeah, so I've seen that argument that Flash and Across the Spider-Verse both prevent very similar theming, but the messaging and their
conclusion to their messaging falls down on completely opposite paths, which is why Across the Spider-Verse has probably resonated so strongly with people and become a huge success, while The Flash hasn't. And The Flash has been, like I said, almost outright rejected by audiences. And obviously, this affected the DCEU. You know, if the DCEU wasn't planning this huge change anyway with Superman Legacy, I really feel it was going to happen anyway off the back of The Flash. Because, yeah, I don't see how they can how they could recover from this. I will say though, I do quite like. There's one aspect of the ending I really like, just because it's such a left field choice, which is that when Barry kind of puts the timeline back together, it's not quite back as it was. But instead of it being Supergirl or Michael Keaton who's still there, and then the whole, you know, all these things that were rumored, and the like, oh, come and find us, Barry. No, oh no. What we get is George Clooney as Bruce Wayne, which I love. Oh, I love it. It's just a hilarious choice, and it feels like a complete middle finger to the worst kinds of fans out there, the real kind of Snyder bros, the really kind of vitriolic ones who have said some absolutely despicable things about some of the actors and people involved in these franchises, and you know, and so much of the hate that Clooney got himself, that it's like, oh no, he's Batman again. Oh, I do. I kind of love it. I do kind of love it. Yeah, it's funny. I also like that, you know, I like elements of this. I like the explanation of how time is broken, and how, you know, Flash breaking time doesn't just affect the past, it doesn't just affect the future, it also affects the past, and how it's not just affected, you know, real world events, but it's affected everything. You know, pop culture is different. Everything's different. You know, and things like, you know, Aquaman's father, it's Thomas Curry, he never meets Atlanta. Atlanta? Is that Atlanta? Atlanta? I don't know. I forgot. It's been a while since I've watched Aquaman. But he doesn't meet her, which means that Arthur as a person doesn't exist. Arthur is instead his dog. But yeah, oh. And as much as I do kind of love the George Clooney inclusion at the ending, and then the post-credit sequence with Aquaman, it's kind of funny, but it does also mean, like, what universe is Barry in at the end? Like, is Barry part of the main universe? Is he, you know, because I don't think we're going to see Ezra Miller's Flash again. I really don't. So it feels like a kind of non-thing anyway, and it's like, well, the DCEU has changed, but it's like Barry can't be in the same universe he left. It's impossible. And I find it highly unlikely that George Clooney's going to be playing Batman in Brave and the Bold, although he might. That would be really cool. So, and you know, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, is that going to follow this? Is that going to be in a different timeline? You know, because it's implied that that's going to be the last time Jason Momoa plays Aquaman, but not the last time he's in the DCEU. So, in fact, it's not even particularly clear what timeline Lost Kingdom takes place in. Like, Flash was marketed as the last. Well, it wasn't marketed as, but it was kind of spoken about as though it was the last DCEU movie, like the same DC extended universe that started with Man of Steel and the Snyderverse. This is the end of it, and then Blue Beetle is going to be not the start of James Gunn's new DC universe, but sort of the first film laying the groundwork to that, because obviously Xolo Mariduena is going to be returning as Blue Beetle in the future. But officially, the DCEU doesn't start until either Creature Commandos or Superman Legacy. It's kind of not quite clear which. So yeah, I wonder if that's. I don't think that's part of why mainstream audiences rejected it, because I don't think mainstream audiences care about timeline minutiae. They just want to go and see a film. But it's like, this film feels like work, because it's so unclear where it takes place, how it blends in, if it even does. And on top of that, it's not a good movie in and of itself. Yeah, it's just a bit of a mess. And it means that, the DCEU started in a mess, ends in a mess. And with that, the DCEU is over. It's done. Just like that. So, where does the DCEU stand now? Well, Batman is going to continue in the Robert Pattinson movies. The Joker is getting a sequel, so that's the worlds of DC aspect covered. Sort of the multiverse, Elseworld stuff. How much other multiverse and Elseworld stuff there will be, I don't know. Movies that were in development, such as Black Canary, now appear to be cancelled. Other TV series that were running alongside the DCEU for most of its run, so for example, the Arrowverse, Teen Titans, Doom Patrol, they all seem to have come to a conclusion. The only exception so far seems to be the animated series Harley Quinn. But I think pretty much every live action series has come to a conclusion, except for the currently confirmed spin-off of Robert Pattinson's Batman movie, The Penguin, starring Colin Farrell. That has been delayed due to the writers and screen actors strikes, however, is still expected. Blue Beetle came out in the middle of the strike, unfortunately, and so did not do very well. I think there's been a lot of financial disappointments this year and movies that have underperformed. But I think a large part of that has to be acknowledged is any film that's released during the strike. Because these actors haven't been able to go out and promote these films. They haven't been able to go on to, like, Hot Ones or The Daily Show or Conan or whatever. Jimmy, was it Jimmy Farrell? Jimmy Fallon? All these other shows that they would usually go on to do all this publicity because of the strikes. And I think it's in a similar way to how a lot of movies were affected by COVID. It's going to be damaging for a lot of properties, and it's going to continue to be damaging for a lot of properties. Like, you can just see how successful movies were the first half of the year. Obviously, there were still some financial disappointments. Things like Dungeons and Dragons didn't do particularly well. But things like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Barbie, Oppenheimer, they had a lot of pre-release hype. However, the strike hit during the Oppenheimer premiere. Like, the crew had to actually the cast and crew had to walk out of the premiere. The cast, sorry, had to walk out of the premiere because the strike had hit. And it's like any movie released after that is going to be hurt by it. Like, several films have actually delayed until next year, even if they're completed, purely as a result of this. Like Dune, for example. Dune Chapter 2 has delayed until next year so that it doesn't release during the strike. Now, Flash did come out before the strike, but there was also like I said, the issues with Ezra Miller, which meant that there wasn't as much of a press tour for it as there would be normally. You know, you had some stuff with Sasha Calle, you had some stuff with Michael Keaton, but Michael Keaton is very relaxed on his press tours anyway. He doesn't, you know, he takes an approach of like, oh, I just did the movie. You know, he doesn't engage with the fan questions and things like that, and it's quite the same way. And obviously, Ezra Miller, the big star, couldn't be involved, so it was very subdued as a press tour goes. Blue Beetle didn't get one at all, and so didn't do very well, which is a shame because it's a good film. I really liked Blue Beetle. I thought Susan Sarandon was great in it. I thought the young cast were amazing. The whole family was brilliant. You know, I really like the dynamic. I'd love to see more of the characters. So yeah, I've already done a review on Blue Beetle. I'm very proud. A very, very good film. Very, very pleased with it. Quite possibly the best DC film I've seen in a long time. But yeah, everything else has come to an end. You know, even Ezra Miller even appeared as the Flash in the Flash TV show as part of its Crisis on Infinite Earths, suggesting that that would tie into the Flash movie. Never did. You know, it was just a thing, and means nothing now. Oh dear. What an absolute nightmare. Aquaman 2 The Lost Kingdom is due to come out towards the end of the year. Looks pretty good. I'm not going to lie. The trailers do look quite good. It's delivering more of the same. And I really liked the first Aquaman movie. I liked a lot of the visual style. I liked the storytelling. I liked what it was doing. And obviously, Jason Momoa has quite a lot of charisma as an actor and is able to actually carry the film. It seems that obviously as a result of some of the things that have been revealed about Amber Heard and due to her court case with Johnny Depp, her role has been greatly reduced. There is a bit of her in the trailer, but it's implied that there's not much of her in the film at all. It looks like most of her sort of supporting role has been replaced with Nicole Kidman as Arthur's main, you know, companion for the movie. And obviously, so Nicole Kidman as Atlanta is going to be involved quite heavily, and also Orm is going to be returning. So that's the character played by, is it Patrick Wilson, in the first movie, and he's going to be Aquaman's main companion for a lot of the film. So yeah, I'm intrigued by it. I think it looks okay. I'm still unsure whether I'm going to see it in cinemas, or whether I'll probably wait for a DVD release. You know, but I will review it whenever I do watch it, and just sort of give my thoughts on it. And then obviously we're heading to the main DCEU soon. You know, Creature Commandos is expected to launch next year. Superman Legacy is 2025. That's moving ahead. They've revealed that it's going to feature the Engineer from The Authority as like one of the main villains. And we're also getting Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, and Metamorpho forming like a small Justice League, which are going to interact with Superman in it. I've got to say, I'm intrigued. I'm especially glad that Metamorpho's in it. I like Anthony Carrigan, who they've got playing him, and I like the character of Metamorpho. I think he should be in more stuff. he's a DC character. He's a DC character that I quite like and know very little about because he's not really adapted a lot, which is a shame because he's got a very interesting power set. And he, you know, like a lot of the early DC characters, he feels like a relic from a golden age, like literally in some cases. The golden and silver ages were just this burst of creativity, and there's so many characters from them, especially on DC side, that just seem kind of quaint and chintzy by comparison. And another example being the Metal Men, who again were also slated to get a film or a TV series at some point, but that doesn't seem to be happening anymore. um and yeah, they're just characters that I kind of like, so anything that brings characters like that, gives them more of a role, because they don't even really have that huge of a role in the comics anymore, unfortunately. So, one final thing I thought I'd do before I end this episode is just give a little ranking for the DCEU as it stands. Now, I'm going to start at the bottom. So, absolute bottom of the pile, number 15 is Batman v Superman. I really think this is where everything started to go wrong for the DCEU. And while there are bits in it, there are ideas in it I like, and there are scenes that I like, the movie is a mess. There is a lot I dislike, and the more times I go back and watch it, the more things I find fault with, and the more things I find, the more holes I'm able to pick in it, the more things I'm able to look at it and go, why did they make that decision? Why have they done this? What are they trying to do? It's such a pessimistic film, which I really don't like in superheroes. But a lot of the DCEU, especially the early DCEU, seems quite pessimistic. And Flash does kind of echo that with some of its tones as well. So, you know, like the idea of don't bother. Don't, what are you helping people for? And and of course it just wastes the death of Superman. One of the something that I think to be done for the first time in cinema needed to be done right, and it's not, and it's a bit of a mess. 14 is Man of Steel. I don't think Man of Steel is particularly any better than Batman v Superman. Really, there's not a lot between them. But has a bit more of a solid focus on what the story it's trying to tell, and a bit fewer leaps in logic, which make it a bit more of a bit easier of a watch. 13 is The Flash. Again, it's not good. I can find bits in it that I like, but it's not good. I mean, it's it's a step up in quality, not a huge step up in quality, but it's a step up in quality from Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, but not by much. Number 12, Wonder Woman 1984, or 84, I think it is, isn't it? Again, I can find quite a lot I like in this. This is a bit more of a step up from The Flash, but it does still have problems, quite significant problems, that stop it being as good as it could be. But this is where we're edging from bad movies to average movies, I think. 11, Suicide Squad 2016. This Suicide Squad movie, not that great, but there is things to like in it. Margot Robbie is quite good. Will Smith is quite good. The some of the character, Viola Davis is amazing. Some of the action scenes are pretty plain, but they're entertaining enough for what they are. There are problems with it, and there's definitely things in the narrative that I think just don't work. But I have also watched it quite a few times, and there must be a reason why I keep going back to it. And I think part of that is because it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not terrible either. It's very average, like middling average. Number 10, Justice League, specifically the 2017 cut by Joss Whedon. Again, I still find things to like in this. It's very limited by its 2 hour runtime, and it's not particularly well written in large points, but yeah, it's okay. Again, very average. Number 9, Zack Snyder's Justice League. This is a bit of a jump up from Justice League, and it is definitely better than Justice League. However, it still has huge issues. It's way too long. There's far too much slow mo. The nightmare scene is completely unnecessary. But everything that Justice League sets out to do, this one does better. However, there are still scenes that I miss from the first one. There are some scenes in Justice League that I think are really good. There are some scenes in the Snyder Cut that I think are really good. There's some scenes in both of them that I think are terrible. I think the best cut of this movie lies somewhere in between these two. But even then, I'm not sure how good it would be. Number 8, Black Adam. This is where you're starting to get to the better quality of movies for me. Like I said, Black Adam completely falls apart in its third act and works quite well in isolation. Like, if you remove it from the rest of the DCEU, I think it works perfectly fine. It's in context of the DCEU that it's bad, but still not perfect. It's still edging towards good, though. Like, this is one of the better movies in this series. Yeah, I have issues with it. There's things I don't like about it, and like I said, the third act is a bit of a mess, but that's a standard for a lot of comic book films, to be fair. Black Adam, I think if it was like, I think it's comparable to like a Phase 1 Marvel film. Where you've got that point where you're getting a decent movie, but not an amazing movie yet. Number 7, Shazam! Fury of the Gods. Again, very good movie. A lot of good stuff in it. I do think it holds up better as a full narrative than Black Adam does. But I still have a lot of problems throughout its runtime that maybe kind of hold it back for me. But as a whole, it is pretty good. Number 6, Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is has this amazing first and second act. The third act, first half of it, very, very good. The final bit against Ares is where it starts to lose me. It's still pretty good for what it is. Like, it averages out to a very, very good film. And the additional bits with like Etta Candy, the little shorts that go with it, do enhance it and make it really good. So yeah, I enjoy it. It's a very, very strong entry. It's the first like really strong entry. Still held back a bit, but still very strong. Number 5, Aquaman. Aquaman for me is pretty solid. It's feels like an early Phase 2 Marvel movie. Sort of embracing a lot of the weirdness from the comics, being quite bright, quite colourful, doing a lot of good character work despite the sort of the large set pieces. Yeah, this works for me. There's some bits where I think it does meander a bit that stop it being perfect, but for the most part, very enjoyable. Number 4, Birds of Prey. Birds of Prey and the fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn. I love it. I really do. Helped by Margot Robbie's incredible performance as Harley Quinn. She has just nailed what this character is. And, you know, this movie's really well done. It has a very clear idea of what it's trying to be, and it does it very well. And all of the characters are good, and they all kind of all come together. And yes, it's completely anchored by Harley Quinn and Ewan McGregor as Roman Sionis, the main villain, the Black Mask. But the two of them are very good. There's some deviations from the comics that I kind of take a bit of issue with, but it's got satisfying action scenes. It's got some well-written character stuff. It's, it's with Aquaman. This is a solidly good movie. A very entertaining time. Number 3, Shazam. Shazam is one of my favorite movies in the DCEU. It's very good. There's a lot of great stuff in it. I'm planning to do a whole episode on Shazam itself and just the reasons that I love it. But a lot of that ties to how it is as a Christmas movie as well. So I'm kind of saving that for a Christmas special. But yeah, I really like Shazam. It's just very good. Very, very good. Perfectly captures a lot of great storytelling, a lot of great character stuff. Works really well for me. Number 2, James Gunn's The Suicide Squad 2021. This is sublime. Like I said, it's the perfect amount of weird comic book stuff. Having things like Polka Dot Man and King Shark and Starro the Conqueror. It's just ridiculous. And this is the one that feels to me like the most promising example of what DC could bring to the table, and especially by going in a very more adult, bit more brutal, bit more gory way of doing things. This is just as bright and colorful as some of the Marvel movies, but just as adult as the early DCEU was trying to be, but without the real edgelord quality. This feels to me like a perfect encapsulation of what DC could be if it's done well by people who understand the characters, who understand the content, and aren't constrained by Disney. And it is the one that fills me with promise for anything that's going to come up in the future. Now, before I reveal the number 1 pick, although it might be obvious, I would say Blue Beetle would be just above Suicide Squad 2021 for me if I was to rate it and include it here. I'm not going to, but that's where it would be. The Batman, the Robert Pattinson one, for me would probably fall just below Shazam. If I was to rank it, I really like the Batman. I liked it a lot more than I thought I would based on the initial trailers, but I've already kind of spoken about that in my Who is the Best Batman episode. But yeah, it's very good. Like I said, I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would, and I'm very intrigued by what they do with the sequel. But it's still not a perfect Batman film for me. In fact, none of the Batman movies are a perfect Batman film for me. It's just up there as one of the best. And if you're wondering where I'd put Joker, that would be probably at the bottom. I was not a fan of Joker at all. I get what it was trying to do, and I appreciate what it's trying to do, and I can appreciate that it's a well-made movie, but I don't like it. I don't like what it's trying to do. I don't know what it's trying to say. I don't particularly like it as an adaptation of the character of the Joker. So yeah, not a fan. If I was to put it in my ranking, I'd put it lower than Batman v Superman. Sorry, I would. But top for me, and like I said, my favourite thing of the DCEU, and I think if you were to go watch anything from the DCEU, it should be this, is Peacemaker. And I'll admit it is partially skewed by the fact that everything else is a film and Peacemaker is an 8-episode TV series. So there's a lot more room for things to breathe, for a plot to develop, for characters to be fleshed out. However, that said, Peacemaker works because of how well all those things are done, not just because of the time. You know, Peacemaker is not a character I was particularly interested in. He is not even a character I particularly liked that much after the first Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad 2021 that he was in. But after Peacemaker, he is one of my favorite characters in this universe. I think John Cena did a fantastic job playing him. He's really well developed, really well fleshed out, and a really good hero. Like, hero in the loosest kind of air quotes term. But yeah, he is. He's a hero. So yeah, I think if you're going to watch one thing from the DCEU, it should be Peacemaker. If you're going to watch one of the films, Blue Beetle, Suicide Squad, Shazam, Birds of Prey, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, all great films, all worth your time. So yeah, give it a try, but you know, the DCEU as an experiment, it's not great. It really isn't. The Arrowverse was, I think, a much better adaptation of the core universe and characters, even without the main trinity of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. I think it's a much better exploration of what... So, yeah, I don't know what else to say there. So, thank you for joining me on this episode. As it is now, this is probably going to be the last time I talk about the DCEU for a while. I like DC. I'm not as well versed on it as Marvel, just because I've not read as much of it. And obviously, when I was a kid, Marvel comics were a lot more accessible to me than DC comics. So I grew up as a Marvel kid. But that said, I do like this universe. I like these characters. I like a lot of it. I like a lot of adaptations about these characters. And that's what makes the DCEU such a struggle for me, because I don't think it's very good. The next big DC-focused episode, apart from my Christmas special on Shazam, the next big one that I have planned is taking a look at the DC animated universe, specifically one element of it for an anniversary next year. So I'm very much looking forward to that. I'm hoping you'll all join me for that. Until then, there's going to be plenty of other things on the channel to enjoy. New episodes, new reviews, all planning on coming soon. I've got a lot of content coming that I've been working on that I'm very excited to get out to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, though, you all look after yourselves. You take the very best care of yourselves. Do what is the best for your physical and mental health, especially. And just, I hope you all prosper, basically. Whatever is best for yourself, just do those one small things that make you happy and look after yourselves. Until next time, see you again.
Thank you, my friends, for once again joining me on Garhdo Goes Geek. Your continued support for this podcast means the absolute world to me, and I am grateful for every single one of you who stays and listens to one of my episodes. It means the absolute world. Now, if you would like to engage more with me or the podcast, we have a Discord community, small but growing, and we now have commissions open on Ko-Fi. So if there's a topic you would like to see me cover, you can pay me to cover it. All funds will be used for legal purchase of the relevant items where I do not have them. Have a look on the link tree for more information. Until next time, look after yourselves.